Welcome back, legends. You're at Loomis. What if? Another incredible story awaits. What if Madame Pomfrey found 500 untreated injuries on Harry and immediately filed emergency charges against Dumbledore? Subscribe and hit the bell. Let's dive right in. Chapter 1, 512. The diagnostic wand was a simple thing, 9 inches of hawthorn, its core a single thread of kelpie hair, enchanted 3 centuries ago by a healer whose name Poppy Pomfrey had memorized during her second year of training because that was the sort of student she'd been. Thorough. The kind who read the footnotes. The kind who remembered that the healers who came before her had built something worth respecting, and that respecting it meant using it correctly, every single time, without shortcuts. She set it on her desk at 7:30 in the morning, beside a fresh roll of diagnostic parchment and a cup of tea that had already gone cold, and she told herself this would be a perfectly ordinary day. The ministry's new mandate had come down in July, a full physical diagnostic for every student returning to Hogwarts following the incident involving the Dementors on the Hogwarts Express. The paperwork had used that phrase, the incident, in the careful, bloodless way ministry paperwork always discussed things that were actually catastrophic. Poppy had read the mandate 3 times, added her own notation that the diagnostic should be comprehensive rather than surface level, and sent her agreement back via OWL. She'd then spent the rest of July sourcing enough diagnostic parchment for 312 students and reorganizing her supply cupboard, because if she was going to do this, she was going to do it properly. The students had been arriving since yesterday morning. Most of them were healthy, a summer's worth of Quidditch bruises, one Muggle-born who'd broken his wrist in June and had it healed by a Muggle doctor. She'd had to reset 2 of the smaller bones, but he'd been cheerful about it, 2 cases of mild magical exhaustion, and 1 Slytherin 5th year who'd clearly been hexing himself in secret trying to learn a transfiguration shortcut that was well above his level. She'd dealt with all of them efficiently and sent them on their way. The 4th years were scheduled this morning. Poppy lifted her tea, found it cold, set it down again, and picked up the diagnostic wand instead. She heard them before she saw them, that particular quality of noise that a corridor full of 14-year-olds produced, all talking over each other in the loose, easy way of people who hadn't seen each other in 2 months and had quite a lot to say about it. They filed in by house, 10 at a time, and she moved down the line with the efficiency of long practice. Wand pass, parchment read, next student, wand pass, parchment read, next, the results unremarkable in the way that healthy children were supposed to be unremarkable. Lavender Brown had a mild calcium deficiency. Dean Thomas had 3 healed rib fractures from what appeared to be a football injury he'd failed to mention to anyone. Neville Longbottom, she paused on Neville, because she always paused on Neville, and because the diagnostic showed the same thing it always showed on Neville, a magical signature running at roughly 60% of what it should be, constrained in a peculiar way that didn't come from any natural cause. She'd noted it every year, and every year she'd written possible late bloomer, monitor in his file because there was no other explanation she'd been able to prove. She noted it again now and moved on with the private discomfort she'd been carrying about Neville Longbottom since his first year. Then Harry Potter stepped up. He was thin, thinner than she remembered from June, which meant he'd lost weight over the summer, which was not a good sign in a 14-year-old boy who'd already been on the slight side. He had a new bruise fading at his jaw, yellowed enough to be at least a week old. He met her eyes with the particular expression she'd catalogued on him for 3 years, not quite blank, not quite braced, somewhere in between. The expression of someone who had learned to preemptively minimize. "Morning," he said. "Good morning, Mr. Potter. If you'll just hold still." She passed the diagnostic wand from crown to heel in the standard motion, a smooth arc that took approximately 4 seconds, and turned to read the parchment. The parchment was still printing. She watched it. The little quill scratching away, line after line, and she thought at first there must be a problem with the parchment itself, some manufacturing defect that was causing it to duplicate entries, because this was not, this couldn't, the quill kept writing. She held the parchment up and read the first line. Then the second. Then the 5th, the 12th, the 20th, and somewhere around the 35th she became aware that her hand was not entirely steady. Healed fractures, right ulna, 3 incidents, left ulna, 2 incidents, right radius, 1 incident, left radius, 2 incidents, right clavicle, 1 incident, left clavicle, 1 incident, 4th and 5th metacarpals right hand, 1 incident, 2nd and 3rd metacarpals left hand, 2 incidents. She kept reading. The parchment kept printing. Soft tissue injuries with evidence of repeated trauma, right shoulder, 7 incidents, left shoulder, 4 incidents, upper back, 11 incidents, lower back, 6 incidents, both knees, multiple. The quill had written multiple and underlined it, nutritional deficiencies, chronic, multi-year, flagged as severe in the diagnostics' own notational system, something she had never seen the parchment do on its own. Magical signature, suppressed, the parchment read, and she went very still. Because that word meant something specific. It didn't mean untrained. It didn't mean underdeveloped. Suppressed meant that the magic was there, fully formed, and something external was sitting on top of it. Like a hand pressed over a flame. The quill finished writing. She counted the entries. 512. Poppy Pomfrey had been the healer at Hogwarts for 31 years. She had treated Quidditch injuries that should have been fatalities. She had seen the aftermath of the war in 1981, students who'd lost parents, students who'd come in shell-shocked and pale and needed more than dittany and skillgrow. She had treated Tom Riddle's victims, though she hadn't known that's what they were at the time, had just thought they were unfortunate accidents. She had, in the quiet and private catalogue of her professional experience, seen a great deal. She had never, in 31 years, produced a diagnostic parchment this long for a 14-year-old child. She lowered it very carefully. Harry was watching her with that expression still in place, that preemptive minimizing expression, and she recognized now with a nauseating clarity what it actually was. It wasn't resignation. It wasn't stoicism. It was a child who had learned, through extensive and repeated experience, to expect bad news about his own body and to preemptively not make a fuss about it. Mr. Potter, she said, and was proud of how level her voice came out, I'm going to need you to wait in Bay 3, please. Something shifted in his face. Is something wrong? Bay 3, she said. I'll be with you shortly. He went, because Harry Potter generally did what he was told, which was itself a data point she filed away with grim efficiency. She waited until the curtain closed behind him, then turned to the remaining students in line, 7 Gryffindors watching her with varying degrees of curiosity, and said, I'll need to reschedule the rest of you. Please see my assistant on your way out. Thank you. She waited until the room was empty. Then she sat down at her desk, spread the diagnostic parchment flat, and read every single line. It took her 22 minutes. She knew because she watched the clock on the wall, that old brass thing that had been ticking in the hospital wing since before she'd arrived, and she watched it because watching it kept her anchored to the present moment and out of the white-hot thing building behind her sternum that she recognized as fury but could not afford to be right now. When she finished reading, she sat for a moment with her hands flat on the parchment. Then she stood up, went to her fireplace, and fled not to Dumbledore's office. She noted, with a distant sort of clarity, that she did not even consider fleeing to Dumbledore's office, but directly to the office of the Ministry of Magic's Department of Magical Law Enforcement. The duty clerk was a young man named Morris who had been working the DMLE morning desk for about 6 months and who looked mildly startled when a woman in healer's robes came through his fireplace at 8:15 on a Wednesday morning with an expression that could have stripped paint. I need to file an emergency child welfare complaint, Poppy said, and I need to speak with Director Bones immediately. Morris blinked. Director Bones isn't usually in until, send a Patronus to her home, Poppy said. Tell her it involves Harry Potter. She'll come in. She was right. Amelia Bones arrived 20 minutes later, still pulling her outer robes on, and Poppy had spent those 20 minutes sitting in the waiting area with the diagnostic parchment folded in her lap, conducting an internal argument with herself that she had already, in the fireplace, settled. She had asked herself, on the way through the flames, is this necessary? Is this right? Is this something I can do? And she had answered, 512. That was the answer to all 3 questions. 512. Amelia Bones was a square-shouldered woman in her 50s with a monocle she wore on a chain and the particular quality of stillness that Poppy associated with people who had learned to be very, very controlled in situations that warranted the opposite. She'd lost her brother and his family in the First War. She'd rebuilt. She'd risen through the DMLE with the sort of determined competence that made people either respect her or fear her, and the people who feared her were, without exception, people who had something to hide. Madame Pomfrey, she said, settling into the chair across from Poppy with a directness that skipped pleasantries entirely. Morris says it's about Harry Potter. Yes. Poppy placed the diagnostic parchment on the desk between them. I ran the ministry-mandated preterm diagnostics this morning. This is Mr. Potter's result. Amelia looked at the parchment. Then she picked it up. Then she read it, in the same way Poppy had read it, line by line, expression controlled, with only the faintest tightening around her eyes to indicate that what she was reading was not normal. When she got to severe in the nutritional section her jaw tightened. When she got to suppressed in the magical signature section she went very still. She read to the end. She set the parchment down. 512, she said. Yes. He's 14. Yes. Amelia looked at her. How old is the oldest injury on this list? The diagnostic can't date with precision beyond 10 years, Poppy said. The oldest entries are recorded as pre-Hogwarts. He arrived here at 11. So at least some of these injuries occurred before he was 11 years old. The silence in the office was the kind that had weight to it. You're filing charges against the Dursleys, Amelia said. It wasn't quite a question. I'm filing charges, Poppy said, against Albus Dumbledore. Amelia went very still. The Dursleys are responsible for what happened in that house, Poppy said, and she'd rehearsed this in the waiting area, had organized her thoughts with the same precision she organized her supply cupboard, because she had known that she would need to be calm and clear and utterly immovable. But Albus placed that child there. He placed him there as an infant, with no legal oversight, no monitoring framework, no follow-up visits of any kind. He knew Harry had no other magical guardian. He overrode the standard placement process that the ministry's own child welfare guidelines require. He has had Harry return to that house every summer for 3 years despite repeated injuries that should have triggered a report from this school. And I believe the suppression of Mr. Potter's magical signature is not environmental. I believe it's deliberate. Amelia picked up the parchment again and looked at the last notation. You think someone has been actively suppressing his magic. The trace on underage wizards doesn't produce that kind of signature, Poppy said. What's on that parchment looks like a targeted charm. Long term. Probably applied when he was very young. She paused. Albus Dumbledore is one of approximately 8 people in Britain who could perform that kind of charm. Possibly fewer. The silence stretched again. Then Amelia Bones set the parchment down, picked up her quill, and said, I'm going to need a formal statement from you, Madame Pomfrey. I'm going to need you to submit the original diagnostic parchment as evidence. And I'm going to need to send orders to Privet Drive this morning to remove Harry Potter from that location. He's currently in the hospital wing, Poppy said. I asked him to wait. Amelia looked up. You left a child at the center of an emergency welfare case alone in a room while you came here? He's sat alone in rooms his entire life, Poppy said flatly. 20 minutes won't break him. And I didn't want Albus to know what I was doing before it was already done. There was a pause. Then something shifted in Amelia Bones's expression, not quite approval, because Amelia Bones was not a woman who trafficked in approval, but something adjacent to it. Respect, maybe. The kind that came from recognizing someone who had done something genuinely hard. How long have you known? Amelia asked. It was the question Poppy had been asking herself all morning, and she answered it honestly. I've suspected since his 2nd year. I didn't have proof until this morning. She looked at her hands. I also didn't look hard enough to get it. That's my own accounting to make. But I'm making it now. Amelia nodded once. Right, she said. Let's get started. The paperwork took 2 hours. Poppy filled out the emergency welfare complaint in triplicate, provided a 6-page professional statement detailing the diagnostic methodology and her findings, submitted the original parchment into an evidence envelope that was sealed with a ministry charm, and answered 45 minutes worth of questions from Amelia and a senior orer named Proudfoot who had come in halfway through looking like he'd been pulled away from something else and had recalibrated his entire morning upon seeing the diagnostic parchment. At 10:30, 2 orers, Proudfoot and a younger woman named Tonks who had bright turquoise hair and a more expressive face than was probably professional but who read the parchment with the same absolute focused horror as everyone else, fled to Hogwarts to collect Harry. Poppy went with them. She found him in Bay 3, sitting on the edge of the bed with his knees apart and his elbows on his thighs, turning his wand over and over in his fingers in a slow, rhythmic way that suggested he'd been doing it for a while. He looked up when she came in. That took ages, he said. Not accusing. Just noting it. I know. I'm sorry. She pulled up the chair across from him. The 2 orers waited just outside the curtain, she'd asked them to, wanting to have this part herself. Harry, I need to talk to you about your diagnostic results. Something closed off in his face, subtle and immediate, like a shutter dropping. Right. The results showed a significant number of old injuries. Bones that healed incorrectly. Soft tissue damage. Malnutrition markers. I do Quidditch, he said. Harry. The shutter held for another second. Then he looked away, at the middle distance, at nothing in particular. Okay, he said. I've filed an emergency complaint with the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Poppy said. There are 2 orers outside. They're going to bring you to ministry custody today, not as someone in trouble, she added quickly, because something had gone taut in him the second she said orers, but as someone who needs to be somewhere safe while this gets sorted out. Do you understand? What kind of complaint? He asked. Still looking at the middle distance. She decided he deserved the straight answer. Against Albus Dumbledore. That brought his eyes back to her. Really back to her, she had his full attention now, and she could see, in the green that was so like his mother's, that she'd surprised him. Not upset him, not frightened him. Surprised him. As if, even after everything, Dumbledore being the subject of the complaint rather than Harry himself was not the outcome he'd been prepared for. For what? He asked. For placing you in an unsafe environment, she said. And for keeping you there. Harry looked at her for a long moment. He had, she noticed, stopped turning his wand over. It lay still in his palm. Okay, he said again. And this time the word meant something different. She brought the orers in then. Tonks introduced herself by tripping over the edge of the curtain and catching herself on the bed frame, which broke whatever remaining tension was in the room, and Harry looked at her with the first genuine expression Poppy had seen from him all morning, a kind of startled, involuntary almost smile. Hi, Tonks said, untangling herself with dignity. I'm Orer Tonks. Don't judge me, I'm better at the actual job than I look. I'll reserve judgment, Harry said. Very mature. You ready to go? Harry glanced at Poppy. She gave him a small nod. He slid off the bed, pocketed his wand, picked up the battered rucksack he'd apparently had with him when he'd come in for his diagnostic, and said, Yeah. Let's go. He said it the way someone said something when they'd decided, and Poppy watched him walk out of the hospital wing between 2 orers and thought, he's not afraid. She'd expected fear, he was 14, he'd just been told his entire summer had been reported to the ministry, he was being escorted somewhere by people with badges and wands. But what she saw in him wasn't fear. It was something more complicated than that, more contradictory, a kind of exhausted relief, sitting right beside a wariness that had clearly been there so long it had become structural. She stood in the empty hospital wing for a moment after they'd gone. Then she straightened her robes, picked up her cold tea, and went to her office to write a second letter, this one to Dumbledore's office, formal and brief, informing him that Harry Potter had been placed in DMLE protective custody effective this morning and that the full case details would be communicated to him through appropriate ministry channels. She'd chosen every word in that letter carefully. She'd chosen the phrase appropriate ministry channels in particular, because what it meant, stripped of courtesy, was, not through you. She sent it by internal Hogwarts owl and went to make a fresh cup of tea. She was halfway through it when she heard the footsteps in the corridor, quick, deliberate, the particular cadence of someone who was accustomed to moving through this castle as though it belonged to him, which of course, for 50 years, it had. Albus Dumbledore was a tall man, and age had only refined the impression of height rather than diminishing it. He wore deep purple robes today, the color of a bruise, and his half-moon spectacles sat low on his long nose. His white hair and beard were as immaculate as always. His blue eyes, when he came through the hospital wing door and found Poppy sitting at her desk with her tea, were doing the thing she'd always called the twinkling in her head, that gentle, warm, vaguely amused quality that she had spent 31 years interpreting as wisdom and benevolence. This morning it looked like something else. "Poppy," he said, warmly. "I received your letter." "I thought you might," she said. He crossed the wing at a measured pace and sat, uninvited, in the chair across from her desk. He was, she noticed, not looking at her with the twinkle at full power. Something had shifted behind it. "I was hoping we might discuss this before it goes any further." "It's already gone further," Poppy said. "The complaint was filed at 8:15 this morning. Harry is with the DMLE. The case is formally opened." "Yes." Dumbledore folded his hands in his lap. "I appreciate your concern for Harry, it speaks well of you, and I don't doubt for a moment that your intentions, Albus," Poppy said. "I'm going to stop you there." He stopped. She had worked for this man for 31 years. She had deferred to him in matters of school policy, in matters of student welfare, in matters where she'd had doubts and he'd had certainty, and she'd decided that his certainty had more behind it than her doubts. She had done this, she understood now, because it was easier. Because Dumbledore's certainty was a very large and comfortable thing to stand in the shade of, and she had been standing in it for so long she'd stopped noticing she was in shade at all. "I've been at this school for 31 years, she said. "I have treated that boy every year since he arrived. I had doubts in his second year, I noted them in my file, and I set them aside. I had concerns in his third year when he came back from summer weighing less than he'd left. I set those aside too." She kept her voice even, because the fury behind her sternum was still there and it still didn't belong in this conversation, not yet. "I set them aside because I trusted your judgment. Because you told me Harry was safe. Because I didn't look closely enough to know what I was trusting your judgment about." She held his gaze. "I looked closely this morning, Albus. And I filed the complaint not because I want to damage this school or embarrass you or cause chaos. I filed it because that child has 512 injuries on his diagnostic parchment, and some of them happened before he was old enough to tie his own shoes." The twinkle was entirely gone now. What was left in Dumbledore's eyes was something more complicated, something that might have been, in a less composed man, the beginning of panic. But Dumbledore didn't panic. He calculated. She could see him doing it. "The situation at the Dursleys," he said, carefully, "is not ideal. I have always known that. But there are protections in place, blood protections, magical wards, that kept Harry safer there than he could have been anywhere else. The threats to his life, Poppy, are not limited to, I know about the blood wards," she said. "I've been at this school since before you implemented them. And I'm telling you that whatever protection they offer does not appear on a diagnostic scan, but 512 injuries do." She paused. "I'm also telling you that Mr. Potter's magical signature is suppressed in a way that does not come from the trace or from natural development. Someone put a charm on that boy. A long-term suppression charm. And when the DMLE's cursebreakers examine the nature of that charm, they are going to determine who cast it." Dumbledore was very still. I don't know if it was you, she said. I'm not charging you with that specifically. But I'm not removing that notation from the complaint either. And if it turns out that someone placed a suppression charm on Harry Potter's magical core with the intent of keeping him manageable, she stopped. Breathed. I don't have words for what that would be, Albus. I genuinely don't. He looked at her for a long, silent moment. When he spoke, his voice was quiet and carried something that, in another context, she might have read as genuine pain. I have made decisions about Harry's life that I would not have made lightly, he said. I made them because I had information, about what is coming, about what Harry's role in it will be, that made certain sacrifices necessary. I did not make them carelessly. I know you didn't, Poppy said. That's almost the worst part. She stood up, which was a signal, and she meant it as one. The complaint is filed, Albus. The case is open. Whatever conversations need to happen now will happen through the DMLE. I suggest you contact your solicitor. He stood too, slowly, and for a moment he looked his age, all of it, the full weight of a century and change, sitting on the architecture of a man who had spent most of that time making the choices he believed no one else would make correctly. It was the most human she had ever seen him. You understand, he said quietly, what this will do. To this school, to the war effort, to, what it will do, Poppy said, is mean that someone finally treated that boy like a person instead of a variable. She picked up her tea. That seems worth the disruption. Dumbledore looked at her for another moment. Then he nodded once, very slightly, and left the way he came, still upright, still measured, still looking exactly like the most powerful wizard in Britain. But the twinkle did not come back. At the ministry, in a clean, quiet room 3 floors below the atrium, Harry Potter sat across a table from Amelia Bones and ate, without comment, the entire plate of food that had appeared when she'd asked whether he'd had breakfast. He'd eaten with a focused, systematic efficiency that Amelia had spent 20 years reading crime scenes to learn how to read, and what she read in those 20 years of experience was simple: that was not someone who ate like that because they were hungry. That was someone who ate like that because they weren't certain when food would be available again. She waited until he'd finished. Mr. Potter, she said. I'd like to ask you some questions. You don't have to answer any of them. You have the right to have a magical guardian present, but given the circumstances you don't currently have one, so I can also have a ministry-appointed advocate sit in if you'd like. Harry looked at her. He had, she noted, very direct eyes for someone who'd spent the morning being extracted from a situation he apparently hadn't known was going to happen. Can I just answer the questions, he said. Without the advocate? I'd like to just, get this part done. Amelia considered him. He was thin and bruised and 14 years old, and he had just eaten like someone who'd spent years being uncertain about food, and he was looking at her with a directness that she associated with people significantly older than 14. It reminded her, uncomfortably, of people she'd interviewed who'd come through things. People who'd learned to stay level in the middle of difficult conversations because the alternative was to not be level, and they'd taught themselves, very thoroughly, that not being level led somewhere worse. All right, she said. She picked up her quill. In your own words, Mr. Potter. Tell me about your summers at Privet Drive. He told her. He told her in the flat, efficient way of someone reporting something rather than experiencing it, not dissociated, not distant, but careful, like he was describing the contents of a room he'd memorized rather than a place he'd lived. He told her about the cupboard under the stairs, which he'd slept in until he was 11. He told her about the way food was rationed, not maliciously, he said, and she noted the word maliciously, the precision of it, the way it suggested he'd put real thought into calibrating the degree of intent behind what had been done to him. He told her about the chores, the hours of them, the kind that left marks when you were small enough that lifting was hard. He told her about Dudley's friends, briefly, in a way that made her want to ask follow-up questions, but she kept her face neutral and let him continue. He told her about coming back in September every year and having Madame Pomfrey fix things. She never asked. Amelia said. Harry shrugged. She'd ask. I'd say Quidditch. She'd give me a look. He paused. I think she knew, maybe. I don't know. She never pushed. Until today. Until today, he agreed. Amelia wrote this down. Then she looked at him over the top of her quill and said, "How are you doing with all of this?" The question seemed to catch him off guard. He blinked, and she saw in that blink something unguarded, something younger than the level, efficient person he'd been presenting. "I'm fine," he said. "You don't have to say fine." He was quiet for a moment. "I'm not sure what else to say." He looked down at the table, at his own hands. He had, she noticed, a scar on his right hand, not the famous lightning bolt. This one was on the back, written in small letters that her practiced eye read from across the table, "I must not tell lies." She filed that for later, grimly. "It's weird," he said at last. It was just what it was. I didn't think of it as something you could report. I didn't think of it as something that mattered enough to." He stopped. "Madame Pomfrey looked at me like it mattered," he said. "That was weird." He said the word weird in a way that made her put her quill down. "It matters," she said. Plainly, without embellishment, because this was not a boy who needed embellishment. "Everything on that parchment matters. Every single one of those 512 entries is something that should never have been there." Harry looked at her. "You're not in trouble," she said. "You didn't do anything wrong. What happened to you was wrong, and the people who are responsible for it are going to be held responsible. Do you understand that?" He was quiet for a long moment. "Dumbledore too," he said. "Dumbledore too," she said. Something shifted in Harry Potter's face, something she couldn't quite name, something that was relief and anger and grief and something fiercer than all three, all moving at once beneath the surface of a very controlled 14-year-old expression. He pressed his lips together. He nodded once. "Okay," he said. And Amelia Bones picked up her quill and wrote at the top of a fresh page, in the careful formal script she used for documents that would go before the Wisengamot, case reference, DMLE, 1994-0891. Emergency welfare complaint, child endangerment, willful negligence, and suspected unauthorized magical interference. Subject, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Then she underlined it. The clock on the wall ticked toward noon. Outside the window, London went about its Wednesday. And in a room 3 floors below the atrium of the Ministry of Magic, the most famous child in the wizarding world sat in a clean chair at a clean table and ate a second plate of food that appeared without him asking for it, because Amelia Bones was a woman who noticed things, and she had noticed how he'd eaten the first one. Nobody asked him to be grateful. Nobody asked him to be fine. For the first time in as long as he could remember, nobody asked him for anything at all. Chapter 2, The Bones of the Matter. The room they gave Harry was on the 4th floor of the Ministry's secure wing, and it was nothing like the cupboard under the stairs, which was, he supposed, the point. It had a window that looked out over an internal atrium full of enchanted skylights that cycled through weather patterns in some approximation of the outside world. Right now they were showing late summer sunshine, clouds moving in slow progression across conjured blue, and the light fell across the bed and the desk and the small bookshelf stocked with what appeared to be every Quidditch almanac published in the last decade, which suggested that someone had done a very quick and slightly endearing amount of research into what Harry Potter might want to read. He didn't sleep much. That wasn't new. He lay on his back and looked at the enchanted ceiling and thought about 512, which was a number he couldn't stop turning over. It didn't feel like his number. It felt like a number that belonged to someone else, some unfortunate person in a file he'd read about, not a number that described the inside of his own body. He'd always been good at that, at thinking about what happened to him in the third person, from a slight remove, which was probably not healthy but had been, for a very long time, practical. 512 didn't feel real until he pressed the back of his right hand against his chest and felt the faint raised texture of the words there. Then it felt real. He got up at 6, used the bathroom that connected to his room and had apparently been stocked with exactly his size of everything, which was mildly alarming in a way that suggested the ministry's information-gathering apparatus was thorough, and then sat at the desk and waited for something to happen because he wasn't sure what else to do. The room had no owl access. Tonks had explained apologetically that it was ministry policy for witnesses in active cases, so he couldn't write to Ron or Hermione, which meant they had no idea where he was right now and were probably going to find out from someone else before he got the chance to tell them himself, which was going to be a whole thing. He'd think about that later. At 7 a ministry aide knocked, left a covered breakfast tray, and retreated before he could ask any questions. He ate everything on it. He did this not because he was particularly hungry but because it was there and he had learned a very long time ago that available food was food you ate. At 8:30, Amelia Bones came herself. She was already in full formal robes, the kind with the DMLE insignia on the shoulder that made her look like the institution she ran, and she had a leather satchel under her arm and that same quality of focused stillness she'd had yesterday. She sat across from him, opened the satchel, and put 3 documents on the table. "Good morning," she said. "Did you sleep?" "Some," he said. She nodded in the way of someone who understood what some meant in this context and had moved on. "Today is going to be more involved than yesterday. I need to conduct a full formal interview, recorded, witnessed, the whole process. Before that, I need a full physical examination conducted by a ministry healer who is independent of Hogwarts. After that," she paused. "After that, I need you to be available for a meeting that you may find difficult." "What kind of meeting?" "We'll get there." She slid one of the documents across to him. "This is your formal witness rights under the Child Welfare Emergency Protocols. I need you to read it and sign it. It explains what this process involves, what rights you have, and what will happen next." Harry picked it up. It was 4 pages, dense with ministry language but organized in a way that made it legible. Someone had clearly written this with the intention of it being understood by someone who was frightened and young, which told him something about how often these protocols got used. He read every word, which seemed to mildly surprise her. "Most people just sign," she said. "I know," he said. He got to the bottom, picked up the quill she'd placed on the table, and signed. "That doesn't seem like a good reason to not read it." She collected it without comment, but he had the sense she'd filed the observation somewhere. The ministry healer arrived at 9. Her name was Gwyneth Alderton and she was a compact, efficient woman in her 40s with close-cropped gray hair and the particular manner of medical professionals who were very good at their jobs and slightly impatient with everyone who wasn't. She introduced herself, explained what she was going to do with a thoroughness that suggested she'd been briefed very carefully on the importance of consent in this particular case, and then produced a diagnostic wand that was different from Poppy's, longer, a different wood, and threaded with what she said was a double confirmation enchantment that would cross-reference its results against an independent magical sensor for accuracy. The diagnostic parchment from this wand was 8 feet long. Alderton read it without changing expression, which was a professional feat Harry noted with grudging respect. Then she looked up at him. "I'm going to do a secondary examination," she said. "Manual. Checking alignment of previous fractures, current nutritional status, the suppression notation." She paused. "Are you all right with that?" "Fine," he said. Then he remembered what Amelia had said yesterday about not having to say fine, and amended, "Yes. Go ahead." The examination took 40 minutes. Alderton moved with precise efficiency, notating everything, asking the kind of clinical questions that were oddly easier to answer than ordinary ones because they had specific, factual answers. "Does this hurt?" "Yes." "Did it hurt when it happened?" "Yes." "Did you receive medical treatment?" "Sometimes." "From whom?" "Madame Pomfrey." "Did you tell her how it happened?" "Not usually." She got to his hand. To the words on the back of it. She ran her wand over it without touching it and said, carving hex. "Probably a blood quill. Repeatedly applied, I can count at least 14 separate applications." She made a notation. Do you know who used this on you? He thought about Umbridge, then remembered that Umbridge was a next-year problem and that he was in a timeline that hadn't reached her yet. Not relevant to this case, he said. Alderton looked at him. Everything is relevant to this case. That one's from school. It's ongoing. He paused. Different problem. Alderton looked at him for another moment, then made a notation that he suspected said something other than what he'd implied, and moved on. When she was finished she stepped back, made a final notation, and said to Amelia, who had been sitting against the wall throughout with her arms folded and the expression of someone maintaining professional neutrality through sheer willpower, consistent with prolonged physical abuse, chronic malnutrition, and forced magical suppression. The suppression charm is layered, I'm counting at least 3 distinct casting signatures, which suggests it was maintained and reinforced, not just applied once. She paused. This level of magical suppression, sustained over this period, in a developing magical child, the long-term effects won't be fully known until the suppression is lifted and we can assess what's underneath. But I can tell you that his natural magical output is significantly higher than his current measurements indicate. Significantly. How significantly? Amelia asked. Alderton looked at her diagnostic parchment. Then she looked at Harry. Then back at the parchment. I'd rather wait until the suppression is properly removed and get clean readings. Ballpark, Harry said. Alderton looked at him with an expression that was the closest she'd come to human throughout the entire examination. Something that might have been, from a certain angle, sympathy. I need clean readings, she said again, gently. Which told him the ballpark was significant enough that she didn't want to say it out loud without the data to back it up. He sat with that for a moment. Then he said, how do you remove it? Curse breakers, Alderton said. It'll take a few hours. It won't hurt, it'll feel strange, and your magic will be unpredictable for a short period while it adjusts. We should do it somewhere with good containment. When can we do it? Amelia was watching him. We can arrange it for this afternoon. Good, Harry said. Just that. Good. He didn't say anything else about it because there wasn't anything else to say. Someone had put a hand over his flame and now someone else was going to take it off, and the space between those two facts was something he was going to have to process later, in private, where no one could watch him do it. The formal interview was conducted in a proper interview room, two-way mirror on one wall, recording quill on a stand that wrote everything said into the official transcript, 2 witnesses he didn't know seated at the back. Amelia walked him through the ground rules again. He was given water and a biscuit he didn't touch, and then she asked him to tell her, in as much detail as he was comfortable with, about his life at Privet Drive from the beginning. He talked for 2 hours. He hadn't intended to. He'd planned to give her the outline, enough to satisfy the legal requirements, clean and factual, the same kind of third-person remove he'd managed yesterday. But Amelia Bones was, it turned out, exceptionally good at her job. She didn't push or prompt. She just asked very quiet, very precise questions that consistently landed on the exact thing he'd been about to smooth over, and had a way of sitting with silence that made filling it feel necessary. So he talked. He told her about the cupboard. The way it smelled, old coats and the underside of the stairs and something he'd been able to identify years later as mildew. The way the lock worked from the outside. The way the dark was absolute when the door was shut, and the way he'd learned to tell the time by the sounds in the house because there was no window, and the way that particular skill, once learned, had never left him. He could still, at any hour, estimate the time within 15 minutes just by listening. He told her about Dudley's friends. He told her about the kitchen, the meals, the way food was never quite enough and he'd learned to be efficient about what he got. He told her about the chores with the specificity of someone who'd done them every day for years, which he had, and the way the line between normal household contribution and this is wrong had been sufficiently blurred for sufficiently long that he genuinely hadn't known, until this room, this woman, this morning, that there was a line there at all. He told her about his first Hogwarts letter. The way it had felt. He stopped there for a moment, looking at the table, because that particular memory did something to his chest that the others didn't and he needed a second with it. That must have been something, Amelia said quietly. Yeah, he said. Yeah, it was. He told her about being brought back every summer despite knowing, because everyone knew, that it wasn't good. He told her about writing to Dumbledore his second year, a letter he'd never sent but had written, sitting in his room at Privet Drive with a hurting back, asking if maybe this summer he could stay at school, if that was possible, if there was any way. He'd written 3 drafts. He'd burned them all because sending them had seemed both pointless and somehow shameful, as if asking for better was something he didn't have standing to do. Why didn't you send it? Amelia asked. Harry thought about it. Because he'd already decided, he said. Dumbledore, I mean. He'd decided where I went. And I was pretty sure that if I made a fuss about it, something would happen to make it worse. Not on purpose, maybe. But the kind of thing where you complain about something and the person who hears it feels bad and then they're awkward about it and you end up worse off than if you'd just been quiet. He paused. It felt easier to just be quiet. The recording quill scratched steadily. Besides, he said, and he heard something change in his own voice, something more present, more direct, he said I had to go back. He said the protection was there, and the protection was necessary, and that was Dumbledore, right? He doesn't say things like that without reasons. Everyone said so. So I figured there were reasons and I just didn't know them. And now? Amelia asked. Harry looked at her. Now I think reasons aren't the same as the right thing to do. She wrote that down too. She wrote it down in the formal transcript, in the words he'd said, which meant it would be part of the record, and he had a strange feeling about that, about his words existing somewhere official, somewhere permanent, somewhere that treated them as evidence rather than inconvenience. He found he didn't mind it. They broke for lunch. He was brought back to his room, and food appeared again, and he ate again, and then he sat at the window for a while looking at the enchanted skylight weather until the internal clouds built into something that looked like rain and he thought, they've got someone in there running the whole cycle, and that made him smile slightly, some ministry employee whose job was to make the weather in the atrium appropriately convincing, probably arguing about humidity levels in memos. Tonks knocked at 1 and put her head around the door. She had changed her hair since yesterday, it was bubblegum pink now, which suited her more than the turquoise hat. You've got a meeting in 20 minutes, she said. Just so you know. Heads up kind of situation. Amelia mentioned it, he said. What kind of meeting? The kind where you probably want to have eaten first, she said. Which you have, great, good instinct. She leaned against the doorframe. You holding up okay? He considered giving her the automatic fine and decided against it, because Tonks had a face that made dishonesty feel both unnecessary and slightly wasteful. I'm holding up, he said. That works. She started to pull the door back, then stopped. For what it's worth, and I know it's probably not much from someone you met yesterday, what you did this morning, in that interview room. Talking all that through, properly, on record. She looked at him directly. That took something. Just so you know, someone noticed. She left before he could respond, which he thought was probably deliberate. She seemed like someone who delivered sincere things and then vacated the space before they could become awkward. He appreciated the style. He sat for the remaining 19 minutes looking at the rain in the atrium and not thinking about anything in particular, which was a skill he developed over years and which served him well now. The meeting room was different from the interview room, smaller, rounder, with a circular table instead of a rectangular one, which was either a deliberate symbolic choice or a coincidence, and given that everything in the ministry was deliberate he assumed the former. Amelia was there when he arrived, along with Proudfoot and a woman he didn't recognize in healer's robes. Alderton again, he realized, changed from clinical whites into formal blue. The door opened and Poppy Pomfrey came in. She stopped when she saw him. Something moved across her face, guilt, he thought, or the specific variety of guilt that lived next to grief, the kind that said I should have done this sooner. She looked, for a moment, like she was going to say something. "Madame Pomfrey," Harry said. Not coldly. Not warmly. Just her name, in the way that acknowledged she was in the room. She sat down. "Harry," she said quietly. "How are you?" "I'm fine," he said, and this time it meant something different than it usually did. It meant I'm here, I'm upright, let's get on with it, which was its own kind of fine. "There's one more person coming," Amelia said. She had that particular controlled quality again, the one that meant she was preparing for something to land in the room and was managing the blast radius. "I want to." The door opened. Albus Dumbledore stepped through. He was dressed formally today, dark blue robes, no whimsy, no eccentricity. He looked, Harry thought, like a man who'd made a deliberate choice to present a particular kind of seriousness. His eyes found Harry the moment he entered the room, and there it was, that thing his eyes did, that warmth, that "I know things you don't" quality that Harry had spent 3 years interpreting as safety and now felt like something quite different. "Harry," he said, in the voice that was like a fireplace, deep and warm. "Professor," Harry said. He didn't stand. He didn't drop his gaze. He looked at Dumbledore across the circular table the way he'd looked at a boggart once, not unafraid, because pretending he wasn't feeling anything would be a lie, but not moving either. Not flinching. Dumbledore took the seat across from him. 2 seats to Harry's left, Poppy was very still. "I want to make clear," Amelia said, addressing the room, "that this is not a hearing. This is a preliminary meeting, an opportunity for all parties to understand the current status of the case and for certain initial questions to be addressed on record." She looked at Dumbledore. "You have been provided with the complaint in full?" "I have," Dumbledore said. "And you have legal representation?" "I am consulting with a solicitor. I chose to come to this meeting without them, as I felt." "I'd advise against that," Amelia said, without any inflection that suggested it was advice rather than a statement of future tense fact. "However, that's your choice." She looked at the parchment in front of her. "Given that this meeting is preliminary and informal, I'm going to invite Harry to speak. He has questions." She looked at Harry. "You have the floor." He'd been told about this part this morning, Amelia's idea, and one he'd agreed to immediately. He'd been asked what he wanted from this process, and he'd said he wanted answers, real ones, before any of it went further. She'd said that was fair and she'd make it happen. He looked at Dumbledore. "The blood wards," he said. "Tell me about them." Dumbledore's expression didn't change. "They were protections keyed to your mother's sacrifice. Blood-based magic of extraordinary power. By placing you with your mother's sister, I anchored those protections in a living blood tie. As long as you could call that house home, Voldemort could not touch you." "Could not touch me," Harry said. "At Privet Drive?" "Yes." "At school," Harry said, "I've been possessed, cursed, attacked by a basilisk, had my soul nearly taken by dementors, and had Voldemort's face come out of the back of someone's head. That's just the list from the last 3 years." He kept his voice level. "The blood wards protecting me from Voldemort at Privet Drive didn't seem to follow me to Hogwarts. The protections were specific to, so the protection only worked in one place," Harry said. "At a location where I was also being physically hurt. Regularly. For years." Dumbledore was quiet. "I'm not asking if there was a protection," Harry said. "I'm asking if you knew what was in that house when you put me there, and if you knew and put me there anyway, and if you knew every summer when you sent me back." He paused. "That's the question." The recording quill scratched. Everyone at the table was very still. "I knew," Dumbledore said, "that the Dursleys were not warm people. That's not what I asked. I suspected." He stopped. Started again. The fireplace quality had gone out of his voice, what was left was quieter, more precise, as if the performance of warmth had been a register he'd chosen and could, when pressed, step out of. "I was informed, in the summer of 1985, by an Auror making a routine sweep of little whinging for residual dark magic, that there appeared to be signs of, the Auror's word was instability, in the household environment. I made a decision that the blood wards constituted a sufficient protective framework to, 1985, Harry said. Yes. I was 5. Yes. The word fell into the room like a stone into still water. Amelia didn't intervene. This was what she'd promised him, no interventions, not for this part. He'd asked for that too. And the suppression charm, Harry said. Dumbledore's hands, folded on the table, did not move. But something in his jaw shifted, barely perceptible, and Harry had spent 3 years reading the smallest signals in rooms where bigger signals could get you hurt, so he saw it. That's a more complicated matter, Dumbledore said. Alderton said 3 distinct casting signatures, Harry said. On the suppression charm. 3. He watched Dumbledore's face. So it wasn't just placed once. It was maintained. Reinforced. Repeatedly. Harry, Dumbledore said, and now the voice had changed again, lower, closer to something real. What I did because the alternative was worse. A child with your power, your destiny, arriving at Hogwarts at full capacity, untrained, unguided, with a Dark Lord's soul fragment embedded in his scar, he paused. You would have been a danger to yourself and to everyone around you. So you decided for me, Harry said. Without asking. You were a baby. I was 11 when I got to Hogwarts, Harry said. You'd already known me for 3 years by then. Still didn't ask. Dumbledore looked at him with something that wasn't quite pain but was the shape of it, the negative space of pain in a man who'd had 100 years to learn to hold difficult things at arm's length. No, he said quietly. I didn't ask. Why not? Because I was afraid of what you'd say, Dumbledore said. It was, Harry thought, the most honest thing the man had ever said to him. Which made it also, somehow, the worst thing he'd ever said to him, because it confirmed that Dumbledore had known, all along, that the answer would be no. That he'd known the answer and chosen not to hear it. Harry sat back in his chair. He looked at the ceiling for a moment, at the ministry's pale grey plasterwork, and breathed out slowly. Okay, he said. Harry, I heard you, Harry said. I heard you. He looked back at Dumbledore. I'm not done being angry about it. But I heard you. Dumbledore nodded once. Is there anything else you can tell me, Harry said, and now he was looking at Dumbledore with the particular focus he usually reserved for Quidditch, that full attention, nothing peripheral state that meant he was reading everything, about what you haven't told me? About why you suppressed my magic, about what's coming, about what you think I'm supposed to do. Because I'm guessing this, he gestured at the room, the ministry, the entire situation, has accelerated your timeline somewhat, and if there are things I need to know for my own safety, now seems like the time. Something crossed Dumbledore's face. Not surprise exactly, more like recognition. Like he was seeing something in Harry that he'd expected to find somewhere else, later, and was recalibrating his internal map. You're right, Dumbledore said. There is a great deal you need to know. Then we'll schedule a time, Amelia said, and she said it in the tone that meant this meeting is over, smooth and final. With your solicitor present, Professor Dumbledore. And with mine, and Mr. Potter's advocate. She closed her folder. We're adjourned for today. Dumbledore rose. He paused at the door and looked back at Harry with that expression. The one Harry now understood was not warmth exactly but the nearest approximation a man like Dumbledore could get to it, and said, I am sorry, Harry. I want you to know that. Harry met his eyes. He didn't say it's okay, because it wasn't. He didn't say I believe you, because he was still working out whether he did. He said nothing, which was its own kind of response, and Dumbledore seemed to understand it, because he nodded once and left. The door closed. Poppy let out a breath that she'd clearly been holding for some time. Well, Alderton said, in the dry tone of someone who had been a silent witness to the entire exchange and had opinions about it, that went about as expected. The Cursebreakers came at 4. There were two of them, a sharp-faced man from Gringotts named Pharaoh who apparently did this as a side contract and treated it with the specific professional detachment of someone for whom dark magical interference was a Tuesday, and a ministry employed which named Vasquez who had an extensive collection of warding equipment and the focused energy of someone who took the work very seriously. They set up in the room with the best containment wards on the floor. Tonks described it as, the room where we put people who've been hit with things we don't fully understand yet, which was not entirely comforting but was at least honest. Harry sat in the chair they indicated. Amelia stood to one side. Alderton had her diagnostic equipment out. "You'll want to hold on to something," Pharaoh said, not looking up from his own wand work. "The first layer releasing tends to feel like," he paused, apparently searching for a comparison. "Have you ever had a bone regrown?" "Yes," Harry said. Pharaoh looked up. "This is less bad than that." "Everything is less bad than skill grow," Harry said. "Fair point." "Right. Ready? Go ahead." The first layer came off like a pressure he hadn't known was there lifting, like the moment after a very long headache stopped, except the headache had been his entire magical core and he hadn't realized it was a headache because it had been constant for as long as he could remember. He felt it in his hands first, a warmth, spreading, the way a limb felt when blood returned to it after going numb, and he gripped the arms of the chair and breathed through it. "Good," Vasquez said quietly. "Stay still." Second layer. The second layer was different. When it released, the warmth became something brighter. He felt his own magic like he'd never felt it before, like standing in a river instead of looking at one from the bank, like the difference between knowing fire was warm and putting your hands into actual sunlight. His vision went briefly white at the edges. "He's fine," Alderton said, to whoever had made a concerned noise. He thought it was Tonks, by the door. "His core is adjusting. This is normal." Third layer, Pharaoh said. He had stopped sounding detached. He sounded, faintly, interested, the voice of a professional who had encountered something outside their usual parameters. "This one's older than the others. Deep cast. Vasquez, you want the reinforcement ward on 3? "On 3, Vasquez confirmed. 1. 2. 3. The third layer came off and Harry's magic came with it, flooded back, all at once, like a door opening into a room that had been sealed, and the lights in the ceiling above him flared brilliant and then died, every one simultaneously, and both desk lamps across the room shattered, and the glass in the window cracked in a single clean line from corner to corner, and somewhere in the walls the enchanted weather system in the atrium below blew through 3 weather cycles in approximately 4 seconds. Then it settled. The room was very quiet. Harry was looking at his hands. They were shaking slightly, not with fear but with the specific tremor of a great deal of energy running through a system that was still recalibrating. He could feel his magic, properly feel it, with a 3-dimensional clarity he had never had before, sitting in him like something enormous and entirely his own. Not dangerous. Not uncontrolled. Just present. Huge and warm and waiting. "Right," Pharaoh said, after a long pause, in the tone of a man revising his afternoon significantly. "Vasquez, I think we'll be filing an extraordinary case notation on this one." "Agreed," Vasquez said. She was looking at her instruments with an expression he couldn't read. "Mr. Potter, how do you feel?" Harry turned his hands over. The warmth had stabilized. The tremor was fading. He felt, for the first time he could articulate, completely and fully like himself, like something that had been compressed for so long it had forgotten its own shape had finally been given room to be the shape it actually was. "Good," he said. He said it like he meant it, which he did. Alderton had her diagnostic wand out and was running readings, and he saw her face as the parchment printed, saw the precise moment her professional composure took on a quality that was just slightly less composed than usual. She read the parchment. "Read it again." Made 3 notations. "These are your clean readings," she said, not looking up. "And?" Harry said. She looked up. "You're going to want to start training immediately," she said. "With the best people available." A pause. "Possibly some people who don't exist yet." She said it in a way that was almost dry, almost clinical, but the underlying message was the one she'd declined to give this morning, the ballpark figure, now rendered in unambiguous data. He was considerably more than he'd been allowed to be. He sat with that for a moment. Then he looked at Amelia. "What happens tomorrow?" he said. She had been watching the whole process with her arms folded and her face in that controlled neutral register, and she looked at him now with something that had broken through the neutrality slightly, not warmth exactly, not in the Dumbledore sense, but something solider. Something that trusted him to be able to hold what was coming. "Tomorrow," she said, "Dumbledore goes before a preliminary Wisengamot panel. And we're going to need you to be there." He nodded. He looked back at his hands, now steady, and curled them into fists, feeling the magic settle in him like a tide finding its level. "I'll be there," he said. Outside, in the enchanted atrium, the weather had landed on a late evening gold, the last light before dark, the kind that turned everything it touched briefly and irreversibly brilliant. It came through the cracked window and caught the dust of two shattered lamps still drifting in the air, turned it into something that glittered. Nobody swept it up. Nobody mentioned it. They simply moved around it, these serious ministry people with their satchels and their parchments, and Harry Potter sat in the center of the gold light with his magic finally his own, and thought about tomorrow. He didn't feel afraid. That, too, was new. Chapter 3. What the old man built. The Wisengamot's preliminary hearing chamber was smaller than the main courtroom, no tiered galleries, no dramatic descent into a stone chair with chains that rattled when you sat down. It was a meeting room, essentially, with a long rectangular table and enough chairs for 20 members of the panel and their various legal appendages, and it smelled of old wood and older parchment and the particular damp quality that all underground rooms in the ministry seemed to share regardless of how much heating charm had been applied. Harry arrived before Dumbledore. That had been Amelia's calculation, stated plainly over breakfast. If Harry was already seated when Dumbledore entered, the visual dynamic shifted. It was a small thing, a procedural thing, but Amelia Bones was a woman who understood that small procedural things accumulated into large actual things, and she had spent 20 years assembling cases from exactly that kind of careful attention. Harry had listened and agreed and arrived at 8:45 in clean robes that a ministry aide had sourced overnight, dark gray and well-fitted, which was another small thing that meant something. His advocate was a witch named Mira Castellan, 40s, brown, methodical in the way of a person who had chosen precision over flamboyance and never regretted it. She had reviewed his full case file last night and showed up this morning having apparently already identified 7 procedural angles Harry hadn't considered. He liked her immediately, in the specific way he liked competent people who didn't waste time on performances of competence. "Don't speak unless I or Director Bones indicate it's your turn," she told him in the corridor outside. "When you do speak, say exactly what you mean. Don't soften it and don't escalate it. Just the truth, at your normal volume." "I can do that," he'd said. "I know," she'd said. "I've read your interview transcript. You're better at this than most adults." He hadn't been sure whether that was a compliment or a diagnosis. The panel assembled in the 10 minutes after Harry sat down, 16 members today, ranging from a very old wizard in the corner who appeared to be asleep but kept making small notational movements with his quills so probably wasn't, to a witch in her 30s who Harry recognized as Griselda Marchbanks, who'd examined his OWLs in another timeline and apparently already sat on preliminary panels in this one. Most of them looked at Harry when they sat down. A few of them looked longer than they needed to, with the particular quality of people reconciling the famous name with the actual person. He looked back, because looking back was free. Dumbledore entered at 8:58, 2 minutes before the panel was called to order, which was itself a statement. Dumbledore was not a man who arrived early to things, he arrived exactly when his arrival would have the most effect. He came in with his solicitor, a lean older man named Alcott who had the creased, comfortable authority of a person who had been very good at his job for a very long time, and took his seat at the other end of the table from Harry. He looked at Harry when he sat down. Harry met his eyes. Neither of them looked away. Neither of them looked adversarial. It was more complicated than that, two people who had a genuine history that was not, in its entirety, bad, sitting at opposite ends of a table in a ministry basement to have the worst of it formally examined. Amelia called the hearing to order at exactly 9. The first hour was procedural, formal reading of the complaint, submission of evidence into the record, preliminary statements from both legal representatives. Alcott was good. Harry could see that immediately from the way he framed Dumbledore's position, threading genuine care and strategic reasoning through the narrative like reinforcing wire through concrete, making the whole structure harder to simply knock down. He didn't minimize the injuries, that would have been impossible, and he was too skilled to attempt the impossible, but he constructed around them a framework of context, of wartime necessity, of choices made under impossible conditions with incomplete information. It was, Harry thought, a strong argument. If you didn't have to be the injuries. Castellan made her opening statement in 8 minutes, which was short by the standards of the room. She said, "The complaint speaks clearly. The evidence speaks clearly. The question before this panel is not whether these things occurred, they did, documented and confirmed, but whether the person who made the choices that caused them to occur is to be held accountable for those choices under the law." She said, "We will demonstrate that Albus Dumbledore had specific knowledge, at multiple documented points across 13 years, that his placement decision was causing ongoing harm to a minor child. We will demonstrate that he actively chose not to intervene. And we will demonstrate that his suppression of that child's magical development was unauthorized, undisclosed, and conducted without consent." She sat down. She looked at Harry, the quick check of someone confirming their client was still level. He was level. He gave her a small nod. The panel member in the center, a broad-shouldered wizard named Ogden who was chairing the session, said, "We'll hear from the complainant's first witness. Madame Pomfrey." Poppy Pomfrey had dressed for this in the way that someone dressed when they intended to be taken seriously, formal healer's robes, the dark ones with the silver clasp, her hair arranged with a precision that suggested the effort had been deliberate. She sat in the witness chair at the far end and answered every question with the same methodical clarity she'd brought to the diagnostic parchment. She was asked to describe her findings. She described them. She was asked about the suppression notation specifically, and she said that in 31 years of conducting magical diagnostics on children at Hogwarts she had seen suppressed magical signatures in 3 categories: students under ministry-issued academic monitoring, which had its own documented signature, students with rare medical conditions, which also had a distinct signature, and, once, a student who had been the victim of a targeted magical attack. Harry's signature, she said, matched the 3rd category. She was asked by Alcott, on cross, whether it was possible the suppression had been self-generated, a response to trauma, perhaps, or to living with muggles. She said no. The signature of self-generated suppression in response to trauma was well documented and had different markers entirely. She said she had, in fact, checked. She was asked whether, given her stated suspicions from Harry's 2nd year, she had reported those suspicions at the time. She was quiet for a moment. "No," she said. "Why not?" "Because I chose to trust the headmaster's judgment over my own concern," she said. "That was a mistake. I own it." Alcott paused, apparently recalibrating, because that was not the answer he'd expected justification, probably, a defense, not a clean acknowledgement. He let it sit for a moment and then moved on, which told Harry that Alcott was smart enough to know when pushing would make things worse. After Poppy stepped down, there was a break of 15 minutes. Harry stepped out into the corridor with Castellan, who handed him a glass of water and said, "You're doing well. The panel is attentive." "Marchbanks keeps looking at me," Harry said. "She examines everyone that way. It's how she reads rooms." Castellan looked at her notes. "The next portion is Dumbledore's statement." "You'll want to, I know," Harry said. "I know." She looked at him. "Are you sure you want to be in the room for it?" "Yes," he said. "It might be difficult to," Castellan, he said. I need to be in the room. She looked at him for a moment with the expression of a person determining whether they were dealing with stubbornness or genuine reasoning, and then apparently landed on the latter. Fine, she said. But if you need to step out, I won't, he said. And then, because she'd been straight with him all morning, he gave her the actual reason. He has a way of talking that makes things sound differently than they are. I need to hear it in real time, not from a transcript. Transcripts don't carry tone. Castellan looked at him with an expression he was starting to recognize as her version of surprise, small, controlled, gone almost immediately. That's actually a very astute observation. Dumbledore is very good at tone, Harry said. Dumbledore's statement began at 11. He spoke without notes. Of course he did. He had been, for over half a century, one of the most compelling speakers in the wizarding world, and he had not prepared notes because he had no need of them. His memory was perfect and his rhetorical instinct was bone deep, and he knew exactly how to use a room. He sat in the witness chair and spoke in the register Harry had spent 3 years experiencing as trustworthy, and Harry sat 12 feet away and listened to it the way he'd listened to the wind in the Forbidden Forest, aware of what it sounded like, aware of what was underneath the sound. Dumbledore spoke about the war. About what it had been, in 1981, the terror of it, the specific texture of a world in which people had disappeared and entire families had been obliterated and no one had known who was safe and who wasn't. He spoke about the prophecy without revealing its full content. There was a legal barrier on that, Castellan had explained, but he spoke about knowing that Voldemort would return, knowing that Harry would be central to what came next, and knowing that the path from infant to confrontation was one Harry would have to survive in order to walk. He was, Harry thought, absolutely sincere. That was the thing about Dumbledore that made him the most complicated person Harry had ever sat across from. The sincerity was real. The care was real. And the harm was also real, which was not a contradiction that resolved neatly. The blood wards, Dumbledore said, were not a convenience. They were the most powerful protective magic available to me at the time. And yes, they required placement with Petunia Dursley. I knew Petunia. I knew she was not a warm woman. I knew the environment would be difficult. He paused. I made a calculation that a difficult environment with the strongest magical protection in existence was preferable to a warm environment with no such protection. And the ongoing harm? Ogden said, from the panel. The injuries documented across multiple years. I made monitoring visits, Dumbledore said. The wards were intact. Harry appeared, he paused, and in the pause Harry saw, clearly, the moment Dumbledore made a choice about what word to use. Harry appeared to be coping. He appeared to be coping, Ogden repeated. Yes. The recording quill scratched. Harry looked at the table in front of him and pressed his thumb into his palm and kept his face still. Castellan stood. I have questions for the witness. Ogden nodded. She approached. Professor Dumbledore, she said, you stated that you conducted monitoring visits. That's correct. How many? A pause. Over the 13 years, per year, she said. Another pause. Shorter than the last but present. Infrequent. How many per year? 1, typically. Sometimes fewer. 1 visit per year, she said, to a household where you placed an infant with what you described as people you knew were not warm. 1 visit per year, during which you assessed whether the child was coping. The primary protective measure was magical, not, I'm not asking about the magic, Castellan said. I'm asking about the visits. During these visits, did you conduct a physical diagnostic? No. Did you speak with Harry privately, without the Dursleys present? A pause. Not as a standard practice. So, Castellan said, in the tone of someone placing the final piece in a structure, your monitoring consisted of visiting a household once annually, speaking with the people responsible for the harm, and assessing the situation without independent data of any kind. I had other sources of information, Dumbledore said. Such as Hogwarts staff. The reports from Harry's academic performance. His annual medical check-ins with Madame Pomfrey, Castellan said, testified this morning that she flagged concerns as early as Harry's second year and received no specific response from your office. She didn't formally report those concerns. Because the culture of your institution directed staff to bring welfare concerns to you, Castellan said. You were the reporting mechanism. And you are the subject of this complaint. She let that sit for a moment. There was no external oversight, was there, Professor Dumbledore? No ministry check-in, no independent welfare review. You placed Harry Potter outside the normal child welfare framework, in a non-magical household with no magical guardian, with a monitoring structure that reported entirely to you. Dumbledore was quiet. Yes or no, Professor? That is a simplification of, is it factually accurate? Yes, he said. Quietly. Castellan stepped back. She had the absolute stillness of someone who had just made the point she needed to make and had no interest in overcooking it. She returned to her seat. Harry noticed 3 panel members writing and 2 more leaning slightly toward each other in the way of people exchanging quiet observations. Then Ogden said, "We'll hear from the next witness. Auror Proudfoot, regarding the 1985 incident report." Proudfoot was thorough and dry and delivered the 1985 report with the efficiency of a man reading evidence into a record, which was exactly what he was doing. The report, pulled from archived DMLE files that had apparently been sitting in a drawer for 9 years with a dormant flag on them, was a routine sweep notation by an Auror doing a Muggle area check following a reported magical anomaly. The Auror had noted household instability, possible neglect indicators, subject child observed, physical state suggests inadequate care. Referred to relevant authority. The relevant authority had been Dumbledore's office. There was no follow-up notation. Alcott challenged the interpretation of instability as a legal standard. Castellan said the word neglect was in the document and didn't require interpretation. Ogden quieted them both and said the panel would consider the weight of the notation themselves. It was at this point, just as Proudfoot was stepping down and the hearing was moving toward a recess for lunch, that the door to the chamber opened and Severus Snape walked in. He had not been on the witness list. He had not, as far as Harry knew, been invited. He was dressed in black, which was what Snape always wore and which somehow, in the ministry basement, looked less like academic robes and more like armor. He had the look on his face that Harry associated with him at his most controlled, not cold, which was the performance Snape usually ran in classrooms, but genuinely contained, like a great deal of something was being held in place by will. Amelia was on her feet. "This proceeding is, I am requesting to testify as a voluntary witness," Snape said, addressing Ogden directly and ignoring Amelia in a way that was technically a breach of about 4 protocols. "I was not contacted by either party's legal team. I am here of my own determination." Ogden looked at him. Then at Dumbledore. Then at the panel, several of whom were sitting up with the interested attention of people who had thought this morning was going to be straightforward. "On what grounds?" Ogden said. "Relevant knowledge that has not been entered into the record," Snape said. "Pertaining to the suppression charm." The room went very quiet. Dumbledore, at the far end of the table, had not moved. He was looking at Snape, and the expression on his face was the most naked thing Harry had ever seen on it, not anger, not alarm, but something that might, from the outside, have looked like grief. Like a man watching something he'd built prepare to come down. Amelia looked at the panel. Ogden was conferring quietly with the members nearest him. After 20 seconds he looked up. "We'll hear from Severus Snape. Counsel for both parties will have opportunity for questions." He looked at Alcott. "Any objection?" Alcott glanced at Dumbledore. Dumbledore, almost imperceptibly, shook his head. "No objection," Alcott said, in the tone of someone managing a variable they'd just been handed. Snape took the witness chair. He sat in it with the specific quality he always had, not comfortable, never comfortable, but entirely present. Like someone who had decided to be somewhere and intended to fully occupy the decision. Ogden said, "State your full name and your professional relationship to the complainant and the defendant." Severus Tobias Snape. I am potions master at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, employed by Albus Dumbledore. I am also a member of the Order of the Phoenix, at Dumbledore's request. I am also, he paused, a former Death Eater who defected in 1980, also at Dumbledore's request, and whose defection and subsequent service has been managed and directed by Albus Dumbledore since that time. He let that sit in the room. I know, he continued, the nature of the suppression charm on Harry Potter's magical signature because I was asked to evaluate its technical specification in the spring of 1985. Dumbledore wanted to know whether the version he'd cast would sustain through the annual Hogwarts diagnostic or whether it would need to be reapplied during the summer. Nobody moved. He asked you to evaluate it, Ogden said. Not to cast it. Correct. He cast it himself. All 3 layers. I was consulted professionally. Snape's voice had not changed in tone or pace. I told him the initial cast would degrade within 18 months and the diagnostic would detect a residual. He subsequently developed the multi-layer approach, which I also reviewed. I raised objections at the time. What objections? That suppressing a developing magical core at that stage of growth creates compounding suppression effects. That the longer the charm was maintained, the more difficult removal would be and the more significantly it would affect long-term development. He paused. And that suppressing a child's magic without their knowledge or consent was, in my professional view, an act of violation. The word hung in the chamber. Harry was looking at Snape with an attention that had cleared away every other thought in the room. Snape, for his part, had not looked at Harry once since sitting down. He was looking at Ogden, at the panel, at the middle distance, anywhere that wasn't across the room to the left where Harry was sitting. Why are you testifying to this now? Castellan asked, on her feet. She had, admirably, recovered from whatever surprise she'd felt and was already working the witness. Because I was not asked, Snape said. I would not have volunteered this information while the case remained outside legal proceedings. Once it entered them, I determined it was relevant. You didn't report it in 1985, she said. No. Why not? Snape was quiet for 3 full seconds. Then he said, in a voice that had something in it that was not quite the same as what it had been before, because I owed Dumbledore my life and my freedom. He cleared my name. He vouched for me. Everything I had after 1981 existed because he had chosen to extend me credit I had not earned. He paused. That is not an excuse. It is an explanation of the mechanism by which I failed to act. I am not confusing those 2 things. Castellan nodded. No further questions. Alcott stood for cross. He asked 3 questions that were clearly designed to establish that Snape's credibility was compromised by his Death Eater history and his admitted prior knowledge. Snape answered all 3 with a precise, unsparing clarity that somehow made the cross-examination counterproductive. Yes, he had been a Death Eater, yes, he had prior knowledge, yes, he had not acted on it, and the failure of that inaction was part of why he was in this room now. Each answer made it harder to dismiss him rather than easier. When Alcott sat back down, Ogden said, the panel has questions for this witness. He looked down at the panel. Marchbanks. Griselda Marchbanks leaned forward slightly. She was a small, intense woman and she had been watching Snape throughout with an expression that Harry read as not yet decided. Professor Snape, she said, when you raised your objections to the headmaster in 1985, about the suppression of the child's magic, what was his response? Snape looked at her steadily. He said he understood my concern. He said the necessity was greater than the cost. He said Harry would need to be guided carefully into his power and that an unmanaged emergence was more dangerous than a managed delay. He paused. He said it as if it were a kindness. Marchbanks looked at him for a moment. Then she sat back and wrote something down. The hearing recessed at 12:30. Harry ate lunch alone in the corridor, sitting against the wall with his knees up and a sandwich someone had handed him, because the room was full of people all needing to be somewhere and he didn't feel like being part of that right now. He needed 5 minutes with no one looking at him or measuring something or asking if he was okay. He bit into the sandwich and stared at the ministry's stone floor and thought about Snape. The thing about Snape, the actual, accurate, fully complicated thing about him, was that he had always been a problem Harry couldn't properly solve. Too much hatred, too much history, too much going on underneath the surface that Harry had never had enough information to properly understand. He'd never liked him. That was just fact. Snape had made his first year at Hogwarts specifically worse in ways that had nothing to do with Quirrell and everything to do with a personal animosity that had always felt directed not at Harry but through him at something else. But Snape had just walked into a ministry hearing that could destroy the most powerful wizard in Britain, and testified voluntarily, on record, to something that implicated himself as much as it implicated Dumbledore. He had done it knowing exactly what it would cost him. His position at Hogwarts, almost certainly. His relationship with the Order, probably. Whatever credit and shelter Dumbledore had extended him since 1981. Harry finished the sandwich. He thought about the way Snape had said I determined it was relevant, as if it were a simple thing, a calculation, a matter of professional ethics. He thought about the expression on Snape's face in that moment, not noble, not martyred, not performing, just decided. A person who had made a decision and was seeing it through. He thought about Snape's own file, what it must look like, what its version of 512 might contain. Castellan came out of the chamber door and sat next to him against the wall, which he hadn't expected from her and found oddly steadying. She had a coffee and she looked at it rather than at him. The panel is deliberating on whether to escalate to a full Wisengamot hearing, she said. Given Snape's testimony, Ogden thinks they have sufficient grounds. Amelia agrees. What does that mean? Harry said. It means this gets significantly larger, she said. It goes public. The Wisengamot, full session, is not a private ministry basement. It's a public record. The prophet will have access to the proceedings. He hadn't thought about the prophet. He thought about it now. He thought about what Rita Skeeter would do with any of what had happened in that room this morning, and he felt something cold and then something else, not fear, but a kind of preparedness. And of course, settling into place. Okay, he said. It's going to get complicated, Castellan said. Politically. There are people on the Wisengamot who will defend Dumbledore not because they think he's right but because he is architecturally important to their own positions. I know, he said. She glanced at him sideways. You seem very calm about this. He thought about it honestly. I've been scared of things that were trying to kill me since I was 11, he said. A bunch of people in hats arguing about my childhood doesn't quite rank. He paused. Besides, Snape just got up and told the truth knowing it was going to cost him everything. If he can do that, I can sit in a bigger room. Castellan was quiet for a moment. Then she said, in the way of someone who had been professional all day and was briefly stepping out of it, you know, most people would be a wreck by now. I probably will be later, he said honestly. When it's quiet. She nodded. She stood, finished her coffee, and said, the afternoon session is in 30 minutes. The panel is going to ask you to make a statement. I know. You don't have to say, Castellan, he said. I want to. She looked at him. Then she gave him a small nod and went back inside. Harry sat in the corridor for the remaining 28 minutes. He looked at his hands, steady now, the tremor from yesterday's suppression removal entirely gone. He turned his right hand palm up and then palm down, feeling his magic sit in him the way it had since Faro and Vasquez had done their work. That huge warm presence, entirely and only his, that had been partially behind glass for as long as he could remember and was now just here. He'd spent the morning watching people argue about who he was and what had been done to him and what it meant, and he had been patient with all of it because the process was important and Amelia had explained exactly why. But the afternoon was going to require something different. The afternoon was going to require him to be in that room not as a subject of documentation but as himself. He thought about what he wanted to say. When the door to the chamber opened and Castellan gestured for him, he stood up and walked in. He sat in the witness chair. He looked at the panel, all 16 faces, various ages and expressions, all looking back at him. He looked at Dumbledore. Dumbledore looked back. And in his face, behind all of it, behind the composure and the history and the extraordinary weight of a century of choices, Harry saw clearly that Dumbledore had spent this entire morning understanding that it was over. Not the case, not his freedom, not even his reputation necessarily, but a particular era. The era in which Harry Potter was a piece that could be placed. "Mr. Potter," Ogden said. "Would you like to address the panel?" "Yes," Harry said. His voice was clear and unhurried. "I'm not here to destroy Albus Dumbledore," he said. "I want to say that first, because I think some of what's happened this morning has that feeling to it, and I don't think that's accurate. Dumbledore is not a villain. I've spent 3 years watching him be genuinely extraordinary, brilliant and brave and someone who cares about things. I believe that." He paused. "And I also believe that he made decisions about my life as if I were a resource to be managed rather than a person to be listened to. He decided where I lived and how much of my own power I was allowed to have, and he decided both of those things without ever asking me, and when I was old enough to be asked, he kept not asking. And 512 injuries happened because of the place those decisions put me." The chamber was very quiet. "I'm not asking this panel to punish him," Harry said. "I'm asking this panel to establish that what happened was wrong. That it can't be done again. That the next child someone decides is important enough to make a sacrifice of doesn't get to have their life arranged without their consent just because the person arranging it has good reasons." He looked at Ogden. "The reasons don't change the injuries. They explain them. But explanation isn't the same as justification, and it's definitely not the same as permission." He stopped. After a moment, Marchbanks said, in the dry, precise tone of someone stating a conclusion she'd been building toward for 3 hours, "The panel thanks the witness." He stood. He walked back to his seat. He didn't look at Dumbledore on the way. But when he sat down and the session resumed around him, voices, parchment, the formal machinery of consequence grinding into motion, he felt Dumbledore's gaze from across the room. He felt it the way you felt something behind you in the dark, not threatening now, not controlling. Just watching. A very old, very brilliant man watching a boy he'd managed for 14 years move through a room as though the architecture of that management no longer applied. Which, Harry thought, turning to listen to Castellan's quiet briefing in his ear, was because it didn't. He was done being a variable in someone else's equation. Chapter 4, Loose from the leash 3 days into ministry protective custody, Harry broke 4 chairs. Not on purpose. That was the thing, the magic kept happening at the edges of his awareness in ways that were new and slightly alarming and occasionally destructive. It responded to him differently now, like an instrument he'd been playing in a set of heavy gloves and had suddenly been allowed to touch with bare hands. The sensitivity was extraordinary and the calibration was non-existent, and the result was that strong emotion produced physical effects in the immediate environment with a speed and scale that he was still getting used to. The first chair had been Thursday morning, when a ministry owl had arrived carrying a copy of the Daily Prophet with his face on the front page under the headline "Boy Who Lived in Ministry Custody, Dumbledore Faces Preliminary Charges," and he'd read the first 3 paragraphs of Rita Skeeter's byline before the chair under him had simply come apart. Not exploded, come apart, cleanly, at every joint, as if whatever held it together had decided not to anymore. He'd stood up from the pile of it and looked at the broken chair and thought, right. That explains some things. The second and third chairs had been later that day when a ministry aide had knocked to inform him, apologetically, that he wasn't permitted to leave the secure wing without an escort, and he'd sat down in 2 chairs in succession while thinking very hard about that, and both of them had expressed opinions about the quality of the news by loosening their structural integrity significantly. The fourth had been Friday morning, entirely unrelated to any specific trigger he could identify, which was the most concerning one. He'd just been sitting in it, reading the Quidditch Almanac, and it had groaned and leaned and one leg had simply given up. Tonks had been the one to assess the damage each time, with the expression of someone calibrating a response between professional concern and genuine amusement, which was a specific face Harry was starting to recognize as her natural resting state. "So," she said, Friday morning, looking at the fourth chair, "I'm thinking we get you somewhere with better reinforcement charms." "I'm thinking that too," Harry said, from the floor where he'd sat after the chair gave out. She looked at him. "How are you sleeping?" "Poorly." "Eating?" "Fine. Any other structural damage I should log?" He looked around the room. The window still had the crack from the suppression removal. 2 of the lamps had been replaced and were intact. The bookshelf was leaning 2 degrees further left than it had been on Monday. "The shelf," he said. Tonks looked at the shelf. She made a note on her clipboard. "Right. I'm going to talk to Director Bones about moving you somewhere you can actually move. 4 days in a room is not good for anyone, and it's especially not good for someone whose magic is recalibrating." "Recalibrating," he said. "Is that the official term?" "It's the one I'm using because periodically disassembling ministry furniture doesn't have a good acronym." She tore the note off the clipboard and tucked it into her robes. "Also, you've got visitors this afternoon. 2 of them." Director Bones cleared it. He sat up straighter. "Who?" Tonks looked at her clipboard with the expression of someone performing neutrality. "A Hermione Granger and a Ronald Weasley," she said, in a tone that suggested she'd done her background reading on these 2. "Arrived by Fleur this morning from the Weasley residence. They've been briefed on the basics." He felt something unknot in his chest that had been wound there for 4 days. "Good," he said. Yeah. Good." They gave him a larger room for the visit, a kind of sitting area on the 3rd floor with actual functioning furniture, confirmed structurally sound by a maintenance which had come through with a stability charm and a look of professional skepticism. Harry sat on a sofa that felt like it might survive him and waited. He heard them coming before they arrived, not Hermione, who was always purposeful and directed, but Ron, who moved through buildings with the particular ungainliness of someone whose limbs had recently got longer than expected and hadn't quite reached an agreement with the rest of him about it. He knocked something over in the corridor. There was a brief exchange of murmured voices. Then the door opened. Hermione came in first and immediately crossed the room and hugged him before he'd fully stood, which he hadn't expected and which hit him somewhere under his sternum in a way that was, apparently, capable of producing involuntary moisture in the corners of eyes. He returned it and then stood back and she looked at him with her familiar expression of concentrated concern, the kind that meant she'd been worried and was now doing a rapid inventory to assess current status. "You look tired," she said. "4 days in the ministry," he said. "What are you going to look like?" "The same," she said. "I look the same under any conditions. I have a system." Ron came in behind her, slightly flushed, and stopped about 3 feet away with his hands in his pockets and an expression Harry recognized as Ron being uncertain about how to do a thing but determined to do it. He stood there for a moment. Then he crossed the remaining 3 feet and hugged Harry too, brief, solid, the kind of hug that communicated "I read the papers and I'm sorry and I didn't know" all at once without any of those words being said. "Mate," he said. "Yeah," Harry said. They sat. Hermione had brought a bag that had clearly been packed with research intent, she was already removing papers, and Ron had brought, inexplicably and perfectly, a bag of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, which he put on the table between them with the deliberate casualness of someone making a social contribution they felt confident about. "What do you actually know?" Harry said. "From the papers." "Everything that's been printed," Hermione said. "Which is a great deal, and some of which is accurate." She set a stack of clippings on the table. "Rita Skeeter has been quite thorough." "Of course she has," Harry said. "She's writing it sympathetically," Hermione said, which surprised him. "Toward you, I mean. Which is unusual for her, so I'm slightly suspicious," but the basic facts are, she's printing the facts. She paused. The Prophet has had a 23% increase in daily readership since Wednesday. People are interested, Ron said. He was looking at Harry with something in his expression that Harry recognized as the specific discomfort of someone recalibrating a long-held belief. There's a lot of, people are saying a lot of different things. About Dumbledore. Like what? Ron turned a bean over in his fingers. Some people think it's wrong. The charges. That Dumbledore's a hero and heroes don't get dragged into ministry hearings and all of that. He paused. Mum, for a bit. And then? Ron met his eyes. And then Dad came home from work with the full diagnostic report. The actual parchment, copied from the evidence file, it's public record now. He stopped. Mum cried for about an hour. And then she started writing letters. He paused. She's written 8 letters in 4 days. To the Wisengamot, to the ministry, to the Prophet. She's very angry on your behalf. Harry looked at him. He didn't say anything for a moment. Ron said, I'm sorry I didn't, I mean. We were at school together. 3 years. I didn't, neither did I, Harry said. Not really. Not as something that was wrong. It was just how it was. He looked at the beans on the table. Madame Pomfrey's the one who looked at a number and decided that wasn't acceptable. The rest of us had been normalizing it for years. Hermione was quiet. Harry glanced at her and saw the expression she had when she was in the middle of a difficult internal process, jaw slightly set, eyes focused on nothing specific, working something through. What? He said. I'm angry, she said. At what? At the fact that I am a person who reads everything and researches everything and noticed your homework was substandard in second year and charted your exam performance across subjects and I never, she stopped. I never asked the right question. I was so busy being helpful in the ways I knew how to be helpful that I didn't notice the most obvious thing. Hermione, I'm not asking you to reassure me, she said, very precisely. I'm processing it. Those are different. She looked at him directly. I'm also telling you so you know that I understand it now and I won't not notice again. That's a commitment, not a complaint. He looked at her. Okay, he said. Good. She picked up her papers. Now, tell me what's actually happening. The papers are useful but I want the complete picture. So he told them. Everything, in order, the diagnostic, Amelia, the physical exam, the hearing, Snape. He told it cleanly and without editorializing, because they were his best friends and clean and without editorializing was what they deserved. When he got to Snape's testimony, Ron looked as though he'd been told the sky was a different color. Snape, he said. Testified. Voluntarily. Yes. Snape. The same one. Ron processed this. He's still a git, he said finally. Absolutely, Harry agreed. The testimony doesn't change his personality. It just means he did a genuinely brave thing once, and I can hold both those facts simultaneously. Hermione was writing notes. She hadn't stopped writing since he'd started talking, which was both extremely her and extremely comforting. The suppression charm, she said, not looking up. 3 layers. When they removed it, what happened? He held up a hand and showed her. He reached for the furthest lamp on a table across the room, about 15 feet, and looked at it, and his magic responded the way it always did now, immediately, with a precision and scale he still didn't entirely trust himself with. The lamp lifted smoothly from the table, floated across the room, and set itself on the arm of Hermione's chair with a gentleness that was, he thought, slightly showing off. She looked at the lamp. She looked at him. She looked at the lamp again. Without a wand, she said. The wand helps with fine work, he said. But it's not, the magic doesn't really need it the way it did before. She picked up her quill and wrote 4 lines in rapid succession. Then she looked at Ron. Ron was looking at Harry with an expression that had gone through surprise and was coming out the other side into something that was just, uncomplicated. Unambiguously pleased. The face of someone whose best friend had just turned out to be even more extraordinary than previously advertised. That, he said, is actually brilliant. I've been breaking furniture for 4 days, Harry said. Also brilliant, Ron said. Harry picked up a Bertie Bott's bean, ate it, and got earwax, which was such a perfect punctuation to the last 4 days that he laughed, properly, for the first time since Monday, and the two of them looked at his face doing that and laughed too, and for a few minutes the ministry room felt less like a holding area and more like a place where 3 people who knew each other were simply together. The conversation lasted 2 hours. They went through Hermione's research notes. She'd been doing independent reading on magical suppression, on the Wisengamot's child welfare precedents, on blood ward theory, and Harry found himself grateful for the completeness of her preparation, the way it made his understanding of his own situation more organized and less like a pile of heavy things he was carrying without being able to see what they were. Ron contributed 3 genuinely excellent observations about the politics. He had a better instinct for how people and factions moved than he ever got credit for, and his read on which Wisengamot members would defend Dumbledore on principle versus which would defend him out of fear versus which could be moved was, Harry suspected, more accurate than whatever the ministry's own assessment was. Percy, Ron said, at one point, with the expression of a person choosing their words very carefully, is being difficult. How difficult? He works in the ministry now and he has opinions about this case being handled properly, and he's not wrong that it should be handled properly, only his version of properly has a lot of emphasis on not disrupting institutional confidence in. Ron stopped. Made a face. He sounds like a ministry pamphlet when he talks. It's exhausting. He's not wrong about process, Hermione said. He's not wrong about process and he's not right about everything else, Ron said. There's a middle. Your mum's letters, Harry said to Ron. What's she saying? In the letters? Ron looked at the table. She's saying you should have been with us, he said, simply. All along. She's saying, he stopped. She's angry at herself, actually, more than anything. She met you at King's Cross in first year and she could see you were, she knew. She told me after, she knew then something wasn't right, and she put a lot of jumpers in your Christmas parcels and she didn't ask the actual question. He looked up. She wants you to come to the Burrow. When this is sorted. She's not asking for Dumbledore's permission either. Harry looked at him for a moment. Yeah, he said. I'd like that. After Ron and Hermione left, Tonks took Harry up to the roof. Not the actual roof. There was a secure outdoor area on the top floor, open to sky, warded on all sides, that was technically a ministry observation deck but was currently empty and served, practically, as the only outdoor space in the building that Harry was cleared for. It was late afternoon and the sky was doing something interesting in the west, all layered orange and copper, and Harry stood at the rail and let the outside air hit him after 4 days of interior and thought, better. 15 minutes, Tonks said, from the doorway. Policy. Fine, he said. He didn't do anything particular up there. He didn't practice or test anything. He just stood in the air and breathed it and let himself be 14 and tired and temporarily without the management of the hearing or the file or the case, which was a thing he needed in small doses before it became unavailable. He was thinking about Snape. He'd been thinking about Snape intermittently since the testimony, and the thought kept arriving from a different angle each time. This time it arrived as a question: what had it cost Snape to come forward? Not practically. Harry had worked out the practical costs in the corridor outside the hearing chamber. But what had it cost him internally? Dumbledore was the structure Snape's entire post-war life was built on. Defection from Voldemort, survival, a position, a function, a future, all of it had Dumbledore at its foundation. Walking into that chamber and testifying was not just professionally brave. It was structurally self-destructive in a way that required a specific kind of decision-making, the kind where you looked clearly at what you'd built and chose to take it down yourself because the alternative was continuing to live in something rotten. Harry had some experience with rotten structures. He thought he understood. Back inside, Amelia was waiting for him. She had the look she got when something new had landed and she was already 3 steps into dealing with it, coat still on, satchel over one shoulder, standing rather than sitting. Something happened, Harry said. Alcott filed a motion this afternoon, she said, to move the formal Wisingamot hearing to a closed session. No public record, no press access. The argument is protection of institutional integrity during an ongoing case. Harry looked at her. What does that mean practically? It means that if it succeeds, everything that happens in the full hearing is sealed. No transcript access. No accountability to the public. She paused. It's a standard defense motion in cases involving high-profile individuals. It sometimes works. Are you going to fight it? Yes, she said. I'm filing the countermotion in the morning. But I want you to know it's happening because it affects your decision about something else. He waited. She sat down, coat still on, and put a document on the table. Rita Skeeter requested an interview with you today. I said no on your behalf. She paused. But I want you to decide for yourself whether that's the right call. Harry looked at the document. It was a formal interview request, covering letter from Skeeter, clipped to a copy of Wednesday's Prophet article. He picked up the article and read it properly this time, not the first 3 paragraphs that had disintegrated Thursday's chair, but all of it. It was, as Hermione had said, sympathetic. Not in a soft way, sympathetic in a specific, factual way that was more effective than sentiment. Skeeter had described the diagnostic findings accurately, quoted from Pomfrey's testimony in the preliminary session, and framed the case with a precision that served Harry without editorializing. There was one line near the bottom, Harry Potter, 14, did not respond to request for comment, but then, no one has made a habit of asking Harry Potter what he thinks. He set the article down. He thought about Alcott's motion for a closed session. He thought about the difference between a sealed hearing with 16 panel members who had their own politics and agendas, and a public record that put his words in front of the entire wizarding world. I'll do the interview, he said. Amelia looked at him. You understand that Skeeter is not always, I know what Skeeter is, he said. But right now she's printing accurate things, which means something she wants and something the accurate version of this story give her are aligned. That alignment has a window. I'd rather use it than waste it. He looked at Amelia. Also, Alcott's motion succeeds if the public interest argument isn't strong enough. Public interest is harder to dismiss if the public is actively interested. Right? She was quiet for a moment. Then she said, where did you learn to think like that? Chess, he said. Ron taught me. It's mostly about seeing 2 moves ahead and being willing to sacrifice position for information. Amelia picked up the interview request and made a notation on it. I'll set conditions on the interview, she said. Written questions submitted in advance, advocate present, approval rights over direct quotes. Skeeter will push back. She'll agree, Harry said. She wants the interview more than she wants the conditions to be loose. Amelia made another notation. All right. She put the document in her satchel. There's one more thing. He waited. She looked at him with the particular quality she had when what she was about to say carried weight. Sirius Black's case, she said. The welfare investigation triggered a full review of the circumstances surrounding your placement, who had guardianship, why the standard process was bypassed, who else was involved in the decision-making in 1981. She paused. Sirius Black was named your magical guardian in your parents' will. Harry went very still. That will was never properly probated, Amelia said. The standard guardianship review that should have occurred after your parents' death was bypassed. Sirius was arrested within 48 hours and was held without trial. She looked directly at him. Without trial, Harry. In 12 years at Azkaban, he was never formally charged, never had a hearing, never had legal representation. The room was very quiet. "I know," Harry said. "I found out last year." "What you don't know," she said, "is that the investigation into your placement has now made that omission formally unavoidable. Sirius Black's case has been reopened. By me, personally, as DMLE director. The review began this morning." He was looking at her and he didn't have words for a moment. Not because he was overcome, he was keeping that at a distance, the enormity of it, the way you kept a very bright light at a distance because you needed to be able to see, but because the shape of what she was describing was so much larger than what he'd been carrying alone for a year that he needed a second to adjust to its actual dimensions. "He'll be exonerated," Harry said. "Not a question. The preliminary review of the evidence," Amelia said carefully, "suggests that the case against him was never formally assembled. There is no file, Harry. There is literally no file. He was put in Azkaban without paperwork." He looked at the table. He pressed his thumb into his palm, the reflex, the anchoring habit. "When?" he said. "The formal review will take weeks," she said. "Possibly 2. It might be faster given the current attention on the ministry's oversight processes." A pause. "I am moving it as fast as it can legally be moved." He nodded. He breathed. Then something occurred to him and he looked up. "Where is he now?" "Right now. He was located on Wednesday," Amelia said, "by our aura tracking team. He's been found through his animagus form, he's been living rough, countryside, moving around." She paused. "He's currently being asked, through an intermediary, to hold his position and trust the process." "Does he know why?" "He knows enough." "Does he know about me? About this?" Amelia looked at him. "He knows you're safe," she said. "And that's what matters to him most, from what I understand." Harry looked at the ceiling. He thought about a man he'd met once, briefly, in extraordinary circumstances, who had looked at him in the shrieking shack with the expression of someone seeing a ghost and loving it anyway. Who had offered him a home in the first breath, despite everything. "Okay," he said, for what felt like the 100th time in 4 days, and this time it meant, "I'm holding this. I can hold this. Let's go." That night he couldn't sleep again, but differently from the previous 3 nights. The previous nights he'd lain awake with the hearing replaying in his head, with Dumbledore's voice cycling through, with the institutional machinery of the whole situation pressing down. Tonight he lay awake thinking about things that were coming, Sirius, the interview, the Wizengamot, whatever Voldemort was building toward that Dumbledore had been trying to manage him toward in his careful, controlled way. At some point after midnight he got up and sat at the desk and did something he hadn't done since arriving at the ministry. He took out his wand and practiced. Not anything dramatic. Not showing off for himself or testing limits. He ran through the basic casting forms, first year, second year, third year spells, the whole progression, feeling for the difference now compared to how it had felt before the suppression charm came off. It was like the difference between looking at a river through dirty glass and standing next to it in clean air. Everything was more responsive, more precise, with a kind of underlying depth that hadn't been there before, as if each spell now had room to be fully what it was. He did this for an hour. He was careful, deliberate, not trying to push anything. Just getting acquainted. Then he put the wand down and sat for a while. He was thinking about what Alderton had said. "You're going to want to start training immediately. With the best people available." He was also thinking about what Dumbledore had said in the meeting room, 2 days ago. An unmanaged emergence is more dangerous than a managed delay. The thing was, Dumbledore had been wrong about the management method, catastrophically wrong, no question. But the underlying observation wasn't false. Harry was sitting in a ministry-secure room at midnight with magic that could take furniture apart and lift lamps across rooms without a wand, and he was 14, and whatever was coming with Voldemort was coming regardless of whether the Wizengamot sorted itself out. He needed to get better. Faster than Hogwarts at its normal pace. Better than Hogwarts could offer in a standard curriculum. He needed to actually train. He pulled a sheet of parchment toward him and started writing. Not a letter, a list. Everything he knew he'd need. Everything he could see coming. The Triwizard Tournament was next year. He didn't know yet how his name would end up in the goblet, but he knew it would, because it had and the future hadn't changed that much. He knew Voldemort was building toward a return. He knew there were Death Eaters in positions of influence who would be watching him more carefully now that Dumbledore's management had been publicly disrupted. He wrote for 20 minutes. Then he looked at what he had. It wasn't a plan yet. It was a shape, the outline of what needed to happen. He needed training, real training, not defense against the dark arts with whatever teacher Hogwarts managed to find and keep for more than a year. He needed to stop being managed and start managing. He needed Sirius free. He needed his own information rather than the information people decided he could handle. He needed to stop waiting for things to be done about him and start doing them. He folded the parchment and put it in the pocket of his robe. Then he sat at the window and watched the enchanted atrium below cycle through its midnight sky. Someone had programmed it with stars, actually accurate stars, the summer constellation pattern rotating slowly above the false horizon. He found Orion and then found the North Star and then sat looking at it the way sailors used to, the way people navigated by before there were other ways. A fixed point. Useful for knowing where you were in relation to where you needed to go. He thought about the hearing. He thought about Pomfrey reading a parchment and not hesitating. He thought about Snape walking through a door and telling the truth. He thought about Amelia writing Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore and underlining it without theatrics, as if it were simply the name that belonged at the top of the page. He thought about 512. He thought about all the versions of that number that had existed in his body, all the things it described, all the accumulated evidence of a life that had been arranged around him rather than built with him. He thought about how none of those 512 things had actually stopped him. The stars turned slowly overhead. After a while he went back to bed and slept solidly until 6, which was the best night he'd had since Monday, and when he woke up the enchanted sky had cycled back to morning and the room was full of pale gold light that landed across his hands on the coverlet, steady, undamaged, entirely his own. He got up. Chapter 5, The Godfather Clause. The intermediary was Arthur Weasley. Harry found this out on Saturday morning when Tonks knocked on his door at 7:30 with a cup of tea, a look of deliberate casualness that was fooling no one, and the information that there was someone in the secure visitor's room who wanted to see him. She didn't say who. He could tell from the particular quality of her deliberate casualness that it wasn't Ron and Hermione again, and it wasn't Castellan, and it wasn't Poppy Pomfrey who had sent 2 letters this week and visited once and sat across from him with the specific uncomfortable sincerity of someone who was going to keep showing up until she'd finished being sorry. He followed Tonks down the corridor and she stopped outside the door and said, "Take your time in there. No policy on duration for this one." He looked at her. She looked at the door. He opened it. The room was the same sitting area as before, the furniture Tonks had confirmed structurally sound, pale walls, enchanted window showing morning light. Arthur Weasley was standing near the window with his back to the door, hands clasped behind him, looking out at the light with the expression of a man who had been doing something very difficult for several days and was close to the end of it. And in the chair beside the window, dressed in clothes that were slightly too large and recently purchased and still somehow carrying the shadow of a much longer time, was Sirius Black. Harry stopped in the doorway. Sirius turned. And there it was again, that expression, the same one from the Shrieking Shack last year but without Azkaban underneath it. Without the desperate thinness, without the manic edge, without the weight of 12 years in a place designed to take everything from a person. He was still thin, that wasn't going to resolve in a week, and there were lines in his face that hadn't been there in the photographs Harry had of his parents' time, shadows that 12 years in Azkaban left regardless of freedom. But his eyes were clear. Entirely, startlingly clear, the gray of them bright with something that was just, present. Here. In this room. He stood up from the chair and didn't say anything, because there wasn't a sentence that fit. Harry crossed the room. The hug was nothing like the ones with Ron and Hermione, those had been warm and familiar, the comfort of known people. This was something else entirely. This was Sirius's arms around him in the grip of someone who had thought about this moment for 12 years and was now discovering that the actual thing was completely different from any version they'd imagined, which was how real things always were. Harry pressed his face briefly into the shoulder of Sirius's too large jumper and held on, and felt, for exactly 10 seconds, entirely 14 years old in the way he almost never let himself be. Then they stepped back. Arthur had quietly turned further toward the window, giving them what privacy a small room allowed. "You look better than the last time I saw you," Harry said. "You set an extremely low bar at the last time you saw me," Sirius said. His voice was rougher than it had been in the Shrieking Shack, or maybe that was just what it sounded like without fear running underneath it. "You also look different." "Different how?" Sirius studied him with the directness of someone who'd spent years reading situations quickly because slowness was dangerous. "You look like you've got room," he said. "Like something that was pressing on you has stopped pressing." Harry thought about Faro and Vasquez and 3 layers of suppression charm and the lights going out. "Something like that," he said. They sat, Harry on the sofa, Sirius in the chair he'd vacated, Arthur settling quietly into a third seat in the way of a man who was present for support and had the good sense to be unobtrusive about it. "Amelia Bones," Sirius said. "She sent Arthur. Told me to hold position," her phrase, very military, and that there was a development in my case that required me to trust the legal process for approximately 2 weeks. He paused. "I want you to know that trusting the legal process is not historically one of my strongest instincts." "I noticed," Harry said. "And yet here I am. Trusting it." He turned a ring over on his finger, a new one, plain silver, something he must have picked up in the last few days, just to have something to do with his hands. "Amelia sent me the preliminary review findings yesterday." "No file, Harry. 12 years and they didn't even have a file." "I know." "Dumbledore knew," Sirius said. The words came out even and deliberate, the way words came out when someone had done a great deal of work to get them to that register. "He knew within the week. He could have, Peter was still alive, he could have pressed for a proper investigation, he could have," he stopped. The ring went still. "He didn't. And you spent 13 years at Petunia's instead of with me." The sentence sat in the room. "I know," Harry said, again, because he did know and the word was doing work beyond its 2 letters, it was saying I'm not going to pretend this isn't what it is and it was also saying I don't need you to fix it and it was also saying I'm here now and so are you. Sirius seemed to hear all of it. He breathed out slowly. "How are you?" he said. "Actually. Better than a week ago," Harry said. "Which is a low bar. We're setting a lot of low bars this morning. We'll raise them." Sirius looked at him for a moment with an expression that was doing several things simultaneously, grief and relief and something cautious, the something cautious being, Harry suspected, the part that remembered he barely knew this boy, that 14 years of a child's life had happened entirely elsewhere, and that loving someone fiercely from a distance did not automatically translate to knowing how to be in a room with them. Harry understood that too. He felt the same cautious thing from his own side. "Arthur told me about the hearing," Sirius said. "Snape's testimony." "Yeah. Snape," Sirius said, in a tone that contained volumes. "I know," Harry said. "Walked in there and, I know." Sirius looked at him. "You're not going to let me be conflicted about Snape, are you?" "I'm going to let you be whatever you want about Snape," Harry said. "I just already did my conflicted part and came out the other side. It takes a few days." Sirius was quiet for a moment. Then, unexpectedly, he laughed, a short, genuine sound, entirely unguarded, and Arthur looked over from the window with the expression of a man releasing something he'd been holding. "James would have liked this version of you," Sirius said. "The version that breaks ministry chairs." The version that's pragmatic about Snape and completely unintimidated by everything. He paused. The chair thing too, honestly. James had a phase. Harry smiled, and it was the specific smile that came from someone giving you a piece of your own history, the history you hadn't been alive for and could only receive secondhand. What kind of phase? Third year, Sirius said. He got into a growth spurt and his magic did this thing where strong emotion, particularly indignation, expressed itself laterally. He was indignant a lot, your father. Very certain about the proper order of things. We lost 6 desks and a very expensive enchanted globe before it leveled out. Did it level out on its own? Mostly. Dumbledore helped with the last bit, actually. He said it flatly, without irony, and then the flatness acknowledged its own irony. He was good at that. Helping people manage themselves. A pause. He was very good at that. Arthur said, quietly from his chair, should I give you two some time? No, Harry said. Stay. He looked at Sirius. I want to ask you about something and I'd rather have a Weasley in the room. Is that all right? Sirius raised an eyebrow. Yes. Why? Because what I want to ask is going to veer into planning, Harry said, and I've learned this week that I should probably run planning past people who've been doing it longer. He looked at Arthur. Molly's been writing letters. Arthur smiled, the warm, slightly helpless smile of a man who was married to Molly Weasley and had stopped trying to moderate it. She has. She's right to, Harry said. Not about everything, but about the part where this needs public weight, not just legal weight. The hearing going public matters. Skeeter's coverage matters. If Alcott's motion for a closed session succeeds, it won't, Sirius said. You sound sure. I've been reading about Wisengamot procedure for 3 days, Sirius said. I had nothing else to do while I was being told to trust the legal process. He'd picked up an edge of dry humor that Harry recognized as armor worn lightly, not heavily, the functional kind rather than the hiding kind. A closed session motion on a public welfare case requires a 2/3 panel vote. Alcott knows that. He filed it to slow things down and see what moved. He'll withdraw before the vote rather than lose it publicly. Harry looked at him. That's good. I had a very good legal education at Hogwarts that I then spent 12 years in Azkaban thinking about, Sirius said. Turns out some of it survived. Arthur said, carefully, I think what Harry is building toward is the question of what happens next. After the Wisengamot. In terms of, arrangements. Sirius went very still. Not tense, still. The specific stillness of someone approaching something they'd been thinking about for a long time and had prepared themselves for and were now discovering that the preparation did not actually insulate you from the reality of the moment. Harry, he said. You're my guardian, Harry said. In the will. That's not a question, Amelia confirmed it. When the case resolves and your exoneration goes through, which it will, there's a legal mechanism for guardianship transfer. He paused. I wanted to ask you. Not tell you, not assume. Ask. Sirius looked at him for a long moment. I want you to live with me, he said. I have wanted that since approximately 5 seconds after I realized last year who you were. I want it more than I have wanted almost anything in my adult life. He stopped. But I also want to be honest with you, which I am going to try to always be, because I think the last several years have had enough dishonesty about things that concerned you directly. He turned the ring on his finger again. I'm not, I've been in Azkaban. For 12 years. I'm not right yet, Harry. I'm better than I was, but I'm not entirely. I have nights that are not good, and I have reflexes that aren't normal reflexes, and I have a great deal of repair work to do on myself that I haven't started yet because I've been living in hedgerows for a year. He held Harry's gaze. I want to be your guardian. I want to give you a home. I also want you to understand that the home I give you might be a bit, in progress. For a while. Harry was looking at him. He was thinking about a man who had just described himself honestly, with the specific unflinching quality of someone who had decided that dishonesty, even comfortable dishonesty, even the kind that made you look better, was no longer something they were willing to practice. He was thinking about the difference between that and 13 years of someone else's careful management. I grew up in a house that wasn't right, Harry said. I know how to be in a house that's in progress. Sirius's jaw did something briefly and then was still. Yeah, he said. Yeah, okay. Arthur exhaled in the corner. Right, Harry said, so, practicalities. He pulled the folded parchment from his pocket. The list from Thursday night, the one he'd made in the dark by wandlight. He unfolded it on the table between them. I've been thinking about what needs to happen. Not the legal stuff, Amelia and Castellan have the legal stuff. The other things. He smoothed the parchment out. Training. Information. Position. Sirius leaned forward and read the list. His expression shifted as he read, more alert, more engaged, the quality of someone waking up a part of themselves they hadn't used in a long time. You wrote this? Thursday night, Harry said. Couldn't sleep. This is, Sirius looked at Arthur. James used to do this, he said. Make lists in the middle of the night. Strategy lists. He'd show up to breakfast with ink on his hands and this very specific expression. He looked back at Harry. You have the expression. What's the expression? Like you've already decided and you're waiting for everyone else to catch up, Sirius said. He picked up the list. Training. What are you thinking? Dumbledore's point wasn't wrong, Harry said. About unmanaged emergence. My magic is currently significantly more than my technical skill can handle, Alderton said so, and I can feel it myself. The suppression charm came off and now I've got, more than I know what to do with. I need someone who can actually train me. Not Hogwarts standard curriculum. Real training. Who? Arthur asked. Ideally someone who's done combat magic at a high level, Harry said, who I can trust, who isn't connected to Dumbledore's management framework. He paused. I was going to ask you both about names. Sirius set the list down and leaned back. He had the look of someone running through a mental catalogue, names, assessments, intersecting factors. Moody, he said. Retired, Arthur said. He was never actually retired, Sirius said. He just stopped taking orders. Different thing entirely. He looked at Harry. Alastor Moody was the best combat magic practitioner of his generation. He's difficult, abrasive, and deeply paranoid, constant vigilance, Harry said. Sirius stared at him. How do you, he has a saying. It's very him. I've heard of him. Harry had almost said met him and stopped himself, aware that the version of Moody he'd met had been Barty Crouch Jr. in an enchanted disguise, which was a detail he was going to have to manage carefully. He's been in contact with me, Sirius said. Before all of this, I mean. Old order channels. He knew I wasn't guilty, he always knew, never had the standing to prove it. He paused. He might do it. For Harry specifically, given what it would mean for the war effort. He looked at Harry. Are you prepared for someone who treats training as if your survival literally depends on it? It does, Harry said. Then yes, Sirius said. Moody. Second thing, Harry said. Information. About Voldemort's current status, his plans, what's been happening the last year. He looked at Sirius. Dumbledore was managing what I knew as carefully as he managed everything else. I want the actual picture. Sirius was quiet for a moment. Not reluctant, thinking. I've been watching, he said. This last year. Movements, rumors, things that don't fit. There's activity. More than there was 2 years ago, less than there was in 81. Something's building but it hasn't got a shape yet. He paused. What I know, you'll know. Everything I find out. Thank you, Harry said. Third thing, Arthur said, looking at the list. This says Pettigrew. The room temperature changed. Sirius went very still. He's alive, Harry said. He said it directly because the directness was the only respectful way to say it. I know how that sounds. But he's alive, and until he's caught and his testimony is on record, your exoneration is always going to have a gap in it. The ministry can exonerate you on procedural grounds, no file, no trial, but the story only closes if Peter is found. I know where he is, Sirius said, very quietly. Arthur looked at him. He's with the Weasleys, Sirius said. He has been for 12 years. He's been hiding as, he stopped. He looked at Arthur with an expression that was a question and a dread and an apology all at once. Arthur's face did something complicated. Scabbers, Arthur said. Yes. A silence that was very different from all the previous silences. Arthur sat very straight in his chair. He was a quiet man by nature, one of those people who process things inwardly and expressed conclusions rather than processes, and Harry watched the conclusion arriving now behind his eyes. Ron's rat, he said. Yes. For 12 years. Yes. In our house. Yes. Arthur. I'm sorry. Arthur was silent for a long time. Then he said, with the careful, deliberate precision of a man who was very angry and had made a decision to be measured anyway, what do you need from me? Sirius looked at him. I need you to get him without tipping him off. He's quick and he's been hiding for 12 years and he's desperate, and desperate animagi who can disappear into rat form are very difficult to. Percy was offered an assistant position at the ministry last week, Arthur said, suddenly. He's moving into his own flat. He's taking Scabbers. He paused. He won't be in our house much longer. Harry looked at him. Can we move faster than Percy? Arthur's jaw set. I'll bring him here tonight, he said. I'll tell Molly Scabbers needs a ministry health check for magical pests, she'll believe that, she's been worried about him being lethargic. I'll bring him in myself. Sirius was looking at Arthur with an expression that had too much in it for a single word. Arthur, he was in my house, Arthur said, quietly. Near my children. For 12 years. He stood up, smooth and decisive. I'll have him here by 6. He left. The door closed behind him. Sirius and Harry sat in the silence that followed, which was a different kind of silence, the kind that came after something being set into motion. He's going to be all right? Harry said. Arthur Weasley, Sirius said, is one of the most genuinely decent people I have ever known. He will be all right. He will also be absolutely implacable about this. He paused. Which is the right response? Harry nodded. He folded the list and put it back in his pocket. How do we contain Pettigrew when he's brought in? If he shifts, I'll be here, Sirius said simply. And I'll bring my own containment. He reached into the pocket of the too large jacket and produced a small flask. Harry recognized the shape as an animagus containment vessel, used to trap and hold transformed wizards. I've been carrying this since September, Sirius said. Just in case. You've been walking around for a year with that. I've been walking around for a year hoping for the opportunity to use it, Sirius said. There's a distinction. He pocketed it again. After this, he said, more quietly, it's done. The thing that put me in Azkaban and kept you at the Dursleys, the original piece of it, it's done. Whatever comes next is new. Harry thought about that. About the clean line of it. New is good, he said. New is terrifying, Sirius said. And also good. Mostly terrifying. He looked at Harry with the cautious thing still there, the getting to know thing, the this is real and I'm still adjusting thing. Can I ask you something? Yes. What do you want? Sirius said. Not legally, not strategically. Just, what do you actually want? When all of this settles. What does it look like? Harry thought about it honestly, which he found was something he hadn't actually done recently. He'd been so focused on the machinery of the case, on the hearing, on Amelia and Castellan and the procedures, that the question of what he personally wanted when it was over had been sitting unanswered at the back of his mind like an unopened letter. I want to go back to Hogwarts, he said. That's real, I actually love school. Not in a Hermione way, in a different way. It's the first place that felt like mine. He paused. I want Sirius free. I want training that means the next time something terrible happens I'm actually ready for it instead of surviving by improvisation. He paused again. I want to not be managed. By anyone. I want people to tell me things and let me decide what to do with them, and I want to stop being the piece and start being the player. Sirius was looking at him. That's what I want, Harry said. That's very achievable, Sirius said. Most of it is already happening. I know. The not being managed part, Sirius said, carefully, that includes me, when I'm your guardian. You should know that. I'm not. I watched what Dumbledore did and I understand why he did it and I understand exactly how wrong it was, and I am not going to do a different version of it. You will know everything I know. You will make your own decisions. I will tell you when I think you're wrong and then respect that you get to decide anyway. He paused. That's the deal, if you want the deal. Harry looked at him across the small space of the ministry sitting room, this man who was technically family, who was 14 years of theoretical and 0 years of actual, who was clearly damaged in ways that were going to take real time and work to address, who was also clearly more straightforward and more honest and more willing to be in the room with the truth than almost anyone Harry had encountered. That's the deal, Harry said. Arthur returned at 5:40 with a carrier that officially housed one lethargic grey rat and unofficially contained a man who had been hiding for 12 years. He handed it to Tonks at the door with an expression of controlled fury that Harry had never seen on Arthur Weasley's face and found, frankly, slightly alarming in how effective it was. Sirius had spent the afternoon in the secure sitting room with Harry, eating ministry sandwiches and talking, really talking, in the way that people did when they were still figuring out where the edges of each other were. He'd told Harry about the Marauders, not the sanitized, fond version that appeared in fond stories, but the actual version, including the parts that didn't reflect well on any of them, including the part about Snape, which he told with a precise unflinching honesty that Harry appreciated even when some of it was uncomfortable. Sirius seemed to have made a decision that if he was going to be in this boy's life in any meaningful way, the foundation of it had to be reality. Harry had told him, in return, about Voldemort. About the scar and the dreams. About first year with Quirrell. About the Chamber of Secrets. About the Dementors and the Patronus. At the Patronus part, Sirius had been quiet for a long time. What form? He asked. Stag, Harry said. Sirius looked at the floor. Of course it is, he said. When Tonks brought in the carrier, Sirius stood up and the temperature in the room changed for a different reason. Amelia arrived 30 seconds later, which told Harry she'd been waiting. She'd been briefed by Arthur on the plan and had positioned herself precisely. She had 3 Aurors with her, including Proudfoot, and a containment specialist who set wards on the room's 4 walls in under a minute with the efficiency of long practice. On my mark, Sirius said, looking at the carrier. Amelia nodded. Sirius opened the carrier. The rat inside was completely still, too still, Harry thought, the way something was still when it was pretending very hard rather than actually being. He was looking at it and feeling his magic respond to the wrongness of it, the layered wrongness of a human being wearing an animal, compressed and hidden and present. Peter, Sirius said. His voice had gone to something Harry hadn't heard from him before, flat and cold and very old, like stone. It's over. The rat bolted. Sirius was faster. He moved the way people moved who had done a great many things very quickly under pressure and whose body remembered that regardless of 12 years of disuse, he was across the room before Pettigrew had crossed half of it, and the containment flask was already in his hand and already open, and the compulsion charm built into it activated the moment the rat came within its radius, and Scabbers, Peter Pettigrew, traitor, coward, the man who had put everything in motion, stopped in the middle of the floor and began, involuntarily, to transform. It was not a pleasant transformation. It was not the smooth, practiced shift of a skilled animagus. It was a transformation being forced against the will of the person doing it, which was graceless and painful and made noises Harry was going to try to forget. The rat stretched, lengthened, became something worse than either what it had been or what it was becoming, and then there was a small, cornered man crouched on the ministry floor. Peter Pettigrew was older than Harry's photograph of him. Obviously, it had been 12 years, but the aging was not the ordinary kind. It was the aging of someone who had lived badly, furtively, always low to the ground. Small eyes, pale, shaking, looking around at the Aurors and Amelia and Sirius with the expression of an animal that had run out of exits. His eyes found Harry. He opened his mouth. "Don't," Harry said. The word came out clear and final and entirely without heat, which was somehow more effective than if it had been angry. Pettigrew closed his mouth. Proudfoot had him in magical restraints in 4 seconds. He went without resistance, he'd done his calculation and he knew, Harry could see him knowing, that there was nothing left to run to. Sirius was standing very still. He was looking at Pettigrew with an expression that had no name. 12 years of Azkaban. 1 year living rough. The destruction of every life he'd built before 1981. All of it traceable back to the small, shaking, restrained man on the floor. He breathed in. He breathed out. "There's your evidence," he said to Amelia. Quietly. "Do with it what the law requires." Amelia nodded. She was looking at Pettigrew with the expression she always had, focused, controlled, reading everything, but underneath it Harry could see something. Not satisfaction exactly. Something more like the feeling of an account that had been outstanding for 12 years beginning, at last, to be settled. "Take him to interrogation," she said to Proudfoot. "Full protocol." She looked at Sirius. "Your formal statement tonight, if you're able." "I'm able," Sirius said. They took Pettigrew out. The room settled into the silence that followed a thing being finished. Tonks, who had been at the wall throughout, looked at Harry. "You okay?" He looked at the spot on the floor where Pettigrew had been. He thought about his parents, about the night in Godric's Hollow that he had never seen and could only know secondhand, about the domino fall of every single thing that had followed. He thought about the room in Azkaban where Sirius had spent 12 years and the cupboard under the stairs where he had spent his childhood, both of them products of the same moment in the same small street. "Yeah," he said. "Yeah, I'm okay." He meant it. Sirius was beside him a moment later, standing shoulder to shoulder with him, looking at the same spot on the floor. Not speaking. Just there, in the room, in the way that people were there for each other when words were not the right instrument. After a while Harry said, "One more thing on my list." "What's that?" "I need a place to practice," Harry said. "Somewhere I can actually work. The Ministry Secure Wing doesn't have enough room and I keep breaking their furniture." Sirius made a sound that was almost a laugh. "I have a house," he said. "It's in terrible condition and it contains things I'd rather not have in it and the house elf is going to be an ongoing challenge." He paused. "But it has room. And solid walls. And a basement that Orion Black used for God knows what but which has containment wards that would survive a moderate explosion." Harry looked at him. "When?" "As soon as Amelia clears me to sleep somewhere that isn't a ministry room," Sirius said. "Which, given tonight, I imagine will be soon." He paused. "We'll fix the house. Both of us, together. Make it something different." He glanced at Harry sideways. "If you want." Harry thought about a house being made into something different. About rotten structures coming down and new ones being built in their place. About everything on his list, and Moody's training, and Hermione's research, and Ron's political instincts, and Amelia's unwavering process, and Poppy Pomfrey who had looked at a number and refused to look away. He thought about what came next, Voldemort returning, the Triwizard Tournament, all of the things gathering at the edges of the quiet they were currently standing in. He thought about being ready. "Yeah," he said. "I want." Outside in the corridors of the Ministry, Pettigrew was in custody, and Sirius was free in every way that mattered, and the case against Dumbledore was building toward its full weight, and somewhere in the enchanted atrium the weather had shifted to something warm and clear, the kind of afternoon that came after a long cold stretch and felt, even inside a building, like something that had been held back was finally moving. Harry stood next to his godfather in a ministry room and made a quiet plan for a house that was going to need a lot of work, and thought, new is terrifying. And also good. Chapter 6, Fault Lines. The Daily Prophet ran Skeeter's interview on Monday morning. Harry had done it Friday afternoon, 2 days after Pettigrew's capture, in the same sitting room where he'd met Sirius, with Castellan beside him and a quick quotes quill that Skeeter had tried to smuggle in and which Castellan had confiscated before it touched the table with the practiced efficiency of someone who had expected exactly that. Skeeter had complained. Castellan had held out her hand without expression. Skeeter had handed it over with the specific smile of someone recalibrating rather than retreating. The interview itself had taken 90 minutes. Skeeter was, Harry had discovered, genuinely skilled in a way that was easy to underestimate because her output was so often sensationalized. She asked questions that came at things sideways, that seemed to be about one subject and were actually building toward another, and she had a reporter's instinct for the exact moment a subject was most honest, which was usually the moment right after they'd finished saying something careful. She tried it on him twice. Both times he'd caught it, given her the sideways thing instead of the careful thing, and watched her reassess him. By the end she'd been looking at him differently. Not warmly, Skeeter didn't do warmth, she did calculated appreciation, which was its own thing, but with the specific quality of a person who had expected a story and found instead something that was going to make a much better one. The article was 4 pages. Front page, continuing inside, with a photograph of Harry that someone had taken during the diagnostic parchment release. He hadn't known they were photographing, which meant it wasn't posed, which meant it was him simply sitting in a chair looking at his hands, and it was, he thought, the most honest photograph the prophet had ever printed of him. The headline was, "The Boy Who Lived, and What He Lived Through." He read it at 7 Monday morning in his ministry room, sitting on the bed in the early light. Skeeter had honored the conditions. Every direct quote was accurate, he checked each one against his own memory of saying it, and they were exact, verbatim, unchanged. The framing was sympathetic without being maudlin, which was the specific tight wire he'd known she'd have to walk and had suspected she could, because Skeeter at her best was not a sentimentalist. She was a precision instrument. She'd simply, for once, aimed it at something real. She'd printed the count. 512. In the middle of the second page, in a paragraph that contained no other numbers and no other statistics, surrounded by nothing but the weight of its own meaning, 512 documented injuries. Harry Potter is 14 years old. He set the paper down. Then he picked it up again and read the last paragraph, which was Skeeter at her most uncharacteristically direct. The question this paper puts to the Wizengamot, and to the wizarding public who elects it, is simple. If the man responsible for protecting our world from the darkest wizard in living memory is the same man whose choices produced 512 injuries in the body of a 14-year-old child, what exactly are we being protected from, and at whose cost? He set it down again and looked at the enchanted sky outside, which was doing an overcast morning, low gray clouds moving fast, and thought, it's out. Whatever happened next, it was out. The ministry's public entrance hall was not, under normal circumstances, a place Harry had reason to be. But Tonks had cleared him for a supervised movement to the atrium for an hour, partly, Harry suspected, because even Tonks's generous definition of fine had its limits when applied to someone who'd spent 8 days in a secure wing, and partly because the atrium was currently a useful barometer of public feeling. He went down with Tonks at 9 and stood near the fountain, the one with the magical creatures, though the ministry had modified it since the original, and this version was less allegorical and more simply decorative, and watched people. The prophet was everywhere. Most people coming through the gold fireplaces had it folded under their arms or in their hands, and the quality of their faces as they read varied widely and told him a great deal about the fault lines already forming. He counted, not consciously, just as a reflex, the habit of reading rooms, and by the time Tonks had bought 2 cups of tea from the mobile refreshment trolley he had a rough map. Roughly a third of the people he could observe were reading with expressions that combined distress and anger in the ratio of people receiving information that confirmed something they'd already half suspected. These were, he thought, the people who had always been slightly uncomfortable with the way things were organized, who had trusted because the alternative was overwhelming, and who now had explicit grounds for their discomfort. Roughly another third were reading with expressions that were more complex, a kind of defensive distress, the face of people who had believed in something and were being handed evidence that the thing they believed in had cracks in it and were currently deciding whether to accept that or reject it. The last third were the most interesting. They weren't distressed at all. They were angry, but it was a different kind of angry, not at Dumbledore, at Harry. At the process. At the exposure. At the disruption of it, as if the primary wrong here was that someone had made the disruption rather than that someone had made the thing requiring it. "You're doing the thing," Tonks said, handing him a cup. "What thing?" "The reading the room thing. You've been doing it since you were brought in. It's slightly unnerving in a 14-year-old. Sorry. Don't be. It's useful." She followed his gaze across the atrium. "What are you seeing?" "Thirds," he said. "Roughly. 1/3 upset in the right direction, 1/3 upset but undecided, 1/3 upset in the wrong direction." He sipped the tea. "The middle third is the argument." Tonks nodded slowly. "Amelia's been thinking the same thing. The Wisengamot has a similar breakdown, near as she can tell. Which means the hearing is going to come down to who makes the better case in front of the middle. And Dumbledore's defense is going to be the war," Harry said. "Everything he did because of the war. The war is sympathetic. The war is real. The war killed a lot of people who are represented by a lot of the Wisengamot families. Yes. So the case needs to not be about Dumbledore versus the war," Harry said. "It needs to be about the principle. About whether the war creates permissions that didn't exist before, and whether those permissions should exist at all, and whether they extend to a child who never agreed to the arrangement." He looked at the fountain. "It needs to be about what we want to be, not who Dumbledore is." Tonks was looking at him sideways. "What?" he said. "Nothing," she said. "I'm just making a mental note to tell Amelia what you just said, verbatim, because she's been trying to articulate that for a week and you just did it in 3 sentences. He almost smiled. "She probably already knows it. Knowing and articulating are different. You did the second part." She turned back to the atrium. "Come on. We should go back up before someone notices you're down here and we have an impromptu press situation." As if on cue, a witch across the fountain lowered her copy of the prophet, looked directly at Harry, and said, loudly enough to carry, "That's him." "Right," Tonks said. "Back upstairs." Smartly. They didn't make it to the lifts before Lucius Malfoy intercepted them. He came from the direction of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement corridor, unhurried, which meant he'd been heading somewhere with purpose and had altered that purpose upon seeing Harry in the atrium. He was dressed expensively, as he always was, and he walked with the particular confidence of a man who had been important for a very long time and had ceased to distinguish between his importance and his actual value. He looked at Harry the way people looked at things they were reassessing. "Mr. Potter," he said. Tonks had shifted. She hadn't moved, exactly, but something had changed in her posture, a readiness that was professional and efficient and communicated clearly that she was between Malfoy and Harry and intended to remain so. "Mr. Malfoy," Harry said. Malfoy glanced at Tonks with the particular dismissiveness he reserved for people he outranked, and then back at Harry. "I wanted to offer my condolences," he said, on the ordeal you've apparently suffered. The wizarding public has been, understandably moved by the prophet's account this morning. Thank you, Harry said, because the words didn't cost him anything and the performance they refused to enable cost Malfoy more. Malfoy's eyes tracked across Harry's face with the quality of someone reading something they found more complex than expected. I understand the Wizengamot hearing is scheduled for next week, he said. I believe so. I have some influence with certain members, Malfoy said. In a tone that was offering something. If you were to find that certain aspects of the prosecution overreached, that the framing of events was perhaps somewhat emotionally driven, my advocate handles the prosecution, Harry said pleasantly. You'd need to speak with her. Malfoy's expression didn't change, quite. But something behind it did, a fractional recalibration, the face of a chess player watching a piece move differently than expected. I'm certain she's very capable, he said. But there are conversations that don't fit neatly into legal frameworks. About the future of certain institutions. About continuity. He paused. About who benefits from stability and who benefits from disruption. Harry looked at him. He understood exactly what this was. It was the first move in a different game, one Malfoy had been playing longer than Harry had been alive, and the opening was elegant in the way that things were elegant when someone had had decades to practice them. The implied suggestion was that Harry could be a piece in Malfoy's arrangement as easily as he'd been a piece in Dumbledore's, if Harry could be made to feel that the current arrangement was costly rather than just. I benefit from the truth, Harry said. Everything else is negotiable around that. The truth isn't. He smiled, and it was the smile of someone who had decided to be entirely clear. Was there something else? Malfoy looked at him for a moment with an expression that had shifted into something colder and more honest than the performance he'd arrived with. You're more like your father than I expected, he said. I'll take that, Harry said. Malfoy left. He didn't look back. Tonks waited until he'd turned the corridor corner and then said, under her breath, that was extremely well handled. He was offering me a deal, Harry said. Yes. To drop or minimize the case against Dumbledore. Yes. Or at least to create enough uncertainty in the prosecution that the Wizengamot ruling lands somewhere ambiguous. She pressed the lift button with more force than was strictly necessary. He has 3 Wizengamot votes minimum. Probably 5. He's afraid, Harry said. The lift arrived. They stepped in. Tonks looked at him. Of what? Of what happens if the precedent holds, Harry said. If the Wizengamot rules that what Dumbledore did was wrong, that placing someone in a situation of harm for the greater good is an accountability matter, that principle doesn't just apply to Dumbledore. It applies to everyone who's made similar calculations. He looked at the lift's brass gate closing. Malfoy has made a lot of calculations. Tonks said nothing for a moment. Then, you got all of that from a 90-second conversation in the atrium. Ron taught me chess, Harry said. And I've had 9 days with nothing to do but think. He told Amelia about the Malfoy conversation as soon as he got back upstairs. He told it cleanly and in order, and she listened with her usual focused attention and then made 3 notations without comment. The 5 votes he controls, she said, when he finished. Probably 5, Harry said. Ron said probably 5, which I think is conservative. It's accurate, she said. Which leaves the math tight but workable if I have your permission to do something I've been considering since Thursday. What? She pushed a folder across to him. He opened it. Inside was a single document, a petition to the Wizengamot, not from the DMLE but from a list of signatories. He read the signatures. There were 47 of them. He recognized perhaps a third, Order of the Phoenix families, people who'd lost someone in the First War, people whose names appeared on the memorial at Godric's Hollow. You've been building this, he said. Since Wednesday, she said. Carefully. These are people who have standing in the Wizengamot's consideration, not formal standing, not votes, but the kind of presence that shifts the weight of the room. She paused. I need your permission because the petition cites your case specifically. It's not mine to file without it. He read the petition. It was precise and well argued, Amelia's language, he thought, or someone who thought like her. It made the principal argument he'd been turning over since the atrium, the one Tonks had said he'd articulated cleanly, but more formally, backed with case precedent going back 2 centuries. The question before this Wisengamot is not the character of Albus Dumbledore, which is not in dispute. The question is whether the protections owed to a child under wizarding law are suspended in conditions of national emergency, and if so, who decides, and by what mechanism is the child consulted, compensated, or heard. He set it down. File it, he said. It will escalate the public attention further, she said. Before the hearing. Good, he said. File it. She did. The escalation arrived by Tuesday. The Prophet had run 3 follow-up pieces since Monday. 2 were factual continuations, testimony summaries, case background, a piece on the legal precedents Amelia's petition had cited. The third was the one that changed the texture of the week, a full-page piece collecting responses from wizarding families across Britain, all of them ordinary people, none of them Wisengamot members, all of them writing brief statements about the case that ranged from raw personal testimony to measured political argument. One of them was Molly Weasley's. Harry read it twice. It was not what he'd expected. He'd expected something emotional, Molly at full volume, which was a formidable thing, but what she'd written was quiet. A paragraph, neatly composed, that said, I met Harry Potter at King's Cross Station in September of 1991. He was 11 years old and he didn't know how to get onto platform 9 3/4, and I helped him, and I remember thinking as he walked away that he looked like a boy who'd been alone for a long time. I went home that evening and I told my husband I was concerned about him. Then I put a jumper in his Christmas parcel and called it enough. I am writing this because it wasn't enough, and because the Wisengamot should know that the wizarding public, not just the voices in the galleries, but the ordinary people in ordinary houses, sees this child. Sees him properly. And is asking them to as well. He read it twice and then put it aside quickly, because the particular feeling it produced was one he needed to be somewhere private to have. Snape sent a letter on Wednesday. This was surprising enough that Harry read the envelope twice before opening it. It was sealed with black wax, no crest, Snape's handwriting on the front in the precise, slightly aggressive way he wrote on homework margins. The letter inside was 3 paragraphs. Potter. I am told by Aurora Tonks, who appears to believe that communications between us are her business, that you have been making arrangements for independent training. I am also told that Alastor Moody has been approached for this purpose. Moody is an excellent choice and you would be a fool not to use him. He will likely attempt to terrorize you in the first 2 weeks. Do not let him. He respects people who push back and he tests everyone initially to see whether they will. On the subject of the hearing, my formal testimony has been submitted. I have nothing to add to it and will not be modifying it regardless of whatever pressure Alcott or the headmaster's office attempts to apply, which they will attempt, and which you should be aware of. Third. The suppression charm that was removed by the cursebreakers will have left a residual sensitivity in your magical core for approximately 4 to 6 weeks. During this period your magic will be more reactive to emotion than is standard. This is documented in healer's literature and is not dangerous but is relevant to your training timeline. You should tell Moody. He will likely proceed anyway but he should have the information. S. Snape. P.S. The chair incident is in the internal ministry memo system. Your record thus far is apparently 4 chairs in 4 days, which Tonks has been telling anyone who will listen about. You should be aware of this. Harry read it twice. He looked at the P.S. for a long moment. Then he set the letter aside and felt, in the specific and complicated way that Snape always produced, something that didn't have a clean name, respect and exasperation and a genuine, grudging gratitude all occupying the same space simultaneously. He wrote back. Professor. Thank you for the information about the residual sensitivity, Alderton mentioned it but not the timeline. I'll tell Moody. Thank you also for the warning about his testing method. I intend to push back. The chair count is actually 5. Tonks missed one on Friday. H. Potter. He sent it before he could second-guess it. The letter from Hogwarts arrived Thursday. Not from Dumbledore, from McGonagall. That distinction, Harry understood immediately, was itself a statement. The letter was formal, in McGonagall's handwriting, on Hogwarts stationery, and said, Mr. Potter. The faculty of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry wishes you to know that your place here remains secure and that your return in September is both expected and welcome. Several members of staff have asked me to convey their support personally. I am doing so collectively, as individual letters seemed likely to overwhelm whatever owl post arrangement the ministry has currently established for you. On a personal note, I taught your parents. I was there, at the beginning of all of this, and I made my own choices about deference and silence that I am not proud of. I intend to do better by you going forward, and that intention begins with this letter. Albus has asked me to include a personal note from him. I have chosen not to do so, not because I have ceased to respect him, but because I think that particular communication should travel through appropriate channels rather than through me. He agrees, when pressed. Professor M. McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. P.S. You will find that the Gryffindor common room is exactly as you left it and that your broom has been properly maintained over the summer. I checked personally. Harry read it and then sat with it in his hands for a while. There was a specific quality to this week's accumulation of things, Molly's letter, Snape's P.S. McGonagall's postscript about the broom, that he was still learning how to hold. Not the formal, legal, structural things, but the small human ones. The evidence, arriving in pieces, that people had been watching and had not been indifferent. He had spent 14 years interpreting quiet as indifference. He was revising that understanding in real time, which was a larger internal project than it appeared from the outside, and which he was doing in the quiet hours and not showing because he hadn't yet found the form for it. Sirius moved into Grimmauld Place on Thursday evening, which Amelia had cleared following Pettigrew's formal testimony under Veritaserum, which had produced the complete account of the betrayal in excruciating, documented, legally irrefutable detail. The exoneration papers were drafted. They were waiting only for the Wisengamot's formal sign-off, which was a formality at this point. The evidence was absolute. Harry was cleared to visit Grimmauld Place on Friday afternoon, with Tonks as escort, which was no longer really an escort in any practical sense because Tonks had shifted from professional obligation to something more like big sister energy over the course of the week in a way that was completely genuine and slightly embarrassing for both of them. The house was, as Sirius had promised, terrible. It was tall and dark and clearly deeply unhappy about having people in it. The wallpaper seemed to actively absorb light, the stairs creaked in a way that communicated opinion rather than just age, and something on the second floor was making a sound that Harry chose not to investigate immediately. The hallway was lined with house elf heads on plaques, which Sirius walked past without looking at because looking at them clearly cost him something. Right, Harry said, standing in the hallway, looking at it. Told you, Sirius said. We can work with this. Can we? Harry looked at the wallpaper. Then he looked at Sirius. Did you start on the kitchen? Yesterday. Creature was, Sirius stopped. Creature is an ongoing situation. Whose creature? A low, private sound from the back of the house answered the question in a way that was expressive if not informative. The house elf, Sirius said. He's deeply loyal to my mother's memory and deeply hostile to my existence, and the legal situation regarding him is, he's a person, Harry said. Sirius looked at him. He's a house elf. Who has feelings and loyalties and opinions, Harry said. I grew up being treated like a category rather than a person. I'd rather not do that to someone else. He paused. We should talk to him. Properly. Sirius stared at him for a moment. Then he said, slowly, you know, there are days when you remind me very strongly of your mother. I'll take that too, Harry said. They went to find Creature, which took 20 minutes because Creature was not interested in being found, and the initial conversation was not warm, and the house elf was deeply suspicious and extremely rude and also, Harry noted, clearly terrified under the rudeness, which was a specific combination he recognized from personal experience. He crouched to Creature's level, which put him in an extremely undignified position in a cupboard under the kitchen stairs, and said, "I'm not going to change everything in this house immediately. Some of it will change. Some of it should. But I'd like to know what you think should stay before I decide what should go." Creature looked at him with enormous suspicious eyes. "No one has ever asked Creature that," Creature said. "I know," Harry said. "That's why I'm asking." It was not a transformation. Creature did not become friendly or cooperative or suddenly devoted. But he stopped hiding, which was a start, and he made tea, which was something, and he told Harry, in a voice still thick with suspicion, that the portrait of Mrs. Black in the hallway had been there for 30 years and that removing it would be a structural problem as well as a personal affront. "I'll look at it," Harry said. Sirius, from the kitchen doorway, was watching this exchange with the expression of a man watching something happen that he hadn't expected and hadn't known he needed to see. "The basement," Harry said, when they were back in the kitchen with the tea. "You said containment wards." "Solid ones," Sirius confirmed. Orion Black was paranoid in useful ways. He paused. "I was thinking, Moody could train you down there. Good space, contained, far enough from the neighbors that whatever happens to the building stays inside the building." "When's he coming?" "Saturday," Sirius said. "He said yes, by the way, when I asked. He said yes immediately and then spent 20 minutes telling me everything you'd need to be able to do before he'd consider the training worthwhile, and then he said he'd fix that himself and hung up." He looked at Harry. "He's going to be a great deal." "Good," Harry said. "I need a great deal right now." The Wisengamot date was confirmed Friday afternoon, 8 days away. The full panel, public record, open gallery. Alcott had not filed his closed session motion, which meant he'd withdrawn it as Sirius had predicted, which meant the middle third was still in play and the gallery would be full of people reading the room. Amelia called Harry that evening with the update and added that Lucius Malfoy had filed a formal objection to the petition signatures, claiming procedural irregularity, which had been reviewed and dismissed in 4 hours, which she described in a tone that was as close to satisfied as she got. She also told him that Dumbledore had made a statement. Not through Alcott. Not through the ministry. Directly to the prophet, a single paragraph, released Friday evening, that would run in Saturday's morning edition. She read it to him. "I have spent the greater part of a century in service to this community, and I do not intend to diminish that service by claiming it excuses what has been placed before this Wisengamot. It does not. I made choices about Harry Potter's life that were not mine to make, and I made them without his knowledge or consent, and I have been asked to account for those choices before the law. I will do so fully and without evasion. Whatever the Wisengamot decides, I want Harry Potter to know, without intermediary, that the harm done to him was real, that my awareness of it was real, and that my regret is without qualification. I am sorry." These words are 14 years late. They are nonetheless true. The line stayed in the air for a moment. "That's going to move some of the middle third," Harry said. "Yes," Amelia said. "Is it genuine?" "I believe it is," she said. "Which doesn't change what he did. But it changes the texture of the hearing." Harry sat with that. He thought about Dumbledore in the meeting room, saying "I was afraid of what you'd say." He thought about the fireplace quality of his voice and what was underneath it, the actual person underneath the performance of the person. "Okay," he said. "How are you with it?" Amelia asked. That question, the one she'd started asking him each time she called. He thought about it honestly. "I'm not going to forgive him yet," he said. "I don't think forgiveness is what this part is about. This part is about accountability. Forgiveness is a different project." He paused. "But I'm glad he said it." "All right," Amelia said. "Get some sleep. Moody's coming tomorrow and I'm told he starts early. How early? I was told the phrase before the sun has an excuse, she said, in a tone that expressed an opinion about this. Which I believe is approximately 5:30. Harry looked at the ceiling. Good night, Amelia, he said. Good night, Harry. He slept well. Better than any night since this had started, which was perhaps because tomorrow was the beginning of the next thing, not the legal thing, not the accountability machinery, not the case with its procedures and its parchments and its carefully assembled evidence. Tomorrow was the beginning of the part that was just his, the training, the building, the active rather than reactive forward motion. The part where he stopped being something that was happening to and started being something that was happening. Outside, London was doing what it did on late summer Friday nights, alive with its own ongoing life, entirely indifferent to the wizarding world's internal reckoning, full of people who had no idea that in a tall dark house in the West End a 14-year-old boy with a lightning bolt scar and 512 reasons to be bitter was instead methodically, practically, almost cheerfully planning what came next. The house settled around him. Even Creature was quiet. He turned off the light and the darkness was comfortable, for once, the ordinary darkness of a late summer night with a window slightly open and the sound of the city outside, and he slept. Chapter 7, The Piece That Won't Move. Moody arrived at 4:58 in the morning. Harry knew this because he heard the door, not a knock, just the door, opening with the particular confidence of someone who had decided that the social convention of announcing yourself was for people who hadn't spent 40 years in combat, and then boots on the stairs, heavy and uneven, the distinctive rhythm of one magical leg and one that wasn't, and then the basement door, and then silence. He lay there for 30 seconds. Then he got up. He'd slept in his training clothes, practical decision from the night before, not anticipation of this exact scenario, though in retrospect the distinction was irrelevant. He pulled on boots, splashed water on his face, and went downstairs. The basement of Grimmauld Place was exactly what Sirius had promised. It ran the full footprint of the house, stone-walled, with containment wards that Harry could feel the moment he'd first come down here 2 days ago, a specific pressure at the edges of his awareness, solid and old, the magical equivalent of standing in a room with very thick walls. Orion Black had warded this space against everything he'd been afraid of, which was, apparently, quite a lot, and the practical result was a room that could take a significant amount of magical output without the neighbors noticing. Moody was standing in the center of it. He was shorter than Harry had expected, not short, exactly, but compact in a way that made you recalibrate your sense of the space around him. He had the scarred face, the magical eye rotating in its socket with the independent motion that Harry associated with his 4th year and then corrected, that was Crouch Jr.'s use of it, Moody's actual eye, Moody's own body. He had a staff he wasn't leaning on, just holding, and he was looking at Harry with an expression that was doing a great deal of professional assessment in a very short time. "You're early," Harry said. "You're late," Moody said. His voice was like gravel in a tin drum, rough, blunt, with no performance of friendliness. "I said before the sun had an excuse. The sun's been considering its excuse for 12 minutes. That's 12 minutes of training you've already lost. You came at 5 in the morning. I came at 4:58, Moody said. There's a difference and it would already matter if you were paying attention. He looked at Harry with both eyes, the magical one focusing on something Harry suspected wasn't quite his surface level. Wand out. Harry drew his wand. Wrong hand. Harry looked at him. You drew from your right side, Moody said. It's where you keep it, it's your draw, it's predictable. Any halfway competent opponent who's been watching you for 6 seconds knows exactly which side to come from. He moved, faster than a man his age and condition should have been able to move, crossing the distance between them in 2 steps, and Harry felt the air move on his left and his magic reacted before his conscious mind processed the movement, a shielding charm going up with a crack that split the air and threw Moody back half a step. Moody stopped. He looked at the shield. Then at Harry. Then at the shield again. That wasn't trained, he said. No, Harry said. That was reflex. Wandless reflex. Apparently. Moody looked at him for a long moment with his magical eye doing its independent work and his other eye doing the more traditional kind of assessment. Whatever both eyes told him, it landed as a recalibration. Harry could see it, the way you could see a mechanism adjusting when it encountered something outside its initial parameters. "Snape told you about my testing method," Moody said. "Not a question." "He mentioned you test people," Harry said. "He didn't say it would be immediately." "Everything I do is immediate," Moody said. "That's not a preference, it's a philosophy. Threats do not wait for you to feel ready." He circled Harry slowly, the uneven boots on stone making their distinctive rhythm. "Again. Wand out. Other hand this time." Harry shifted his wand to his left and drew. "Slower on the draw." "Why?" "It's not my natural side." "And when someone has your right arm, what then?" "Train the left side." "Starting now," Moody said. "Every draw this morning is left hand. Every cast is left hand. By the time you've done it 1,000 times it'll be reflex on both sides and you'll have doubled your options in a fight." He stopped circling. "Disarming charm. At the wall. Left hand." Harry cast. The spell hit the wall and the stone cracked, not from the force of the Expelliarmus but from the force of everything behind it, the recalibrating core that Alderton had warned about, the excess he was still learning to modulate. Moody looked at the cracked stone. "Sirius told me about the suppression removal," he said. "Snape said to tell you about the residual sensitivity." "Snape is occasionally right about things," Moody said, with the specific tone of someone who had a long history with a person and had assembled their opinions with care. "How long?" 4 to 6 weeks from the removal. I'm at day 12. So roughly 3 to 4 weeks of magic that doesn't know its own edges yet." Moody moved to the wall, ran a hand along the crack, not alarmed, assessing. "Good. We'll use it." "Use the instability?" "It's not instability. It's excess looking for form." He looked at Harry. "The problem with most magical training is it teaches people to suppress output. To keep things small. That's sensible for a classroom but it creates a habit, and the habit becomes structural, and in a genuine fight you're trying to break through structural habit in real time under pressure, which gets people killed." He tapped the cracked wall. "You have no suppression habit right now. Everything you do is running at full output. We're going to teach you precision at full output, which is significantly more difficult than precision at reduced output and significantly more useful." Harry thought about this. "You're saying the timing is actually good." "I'm saying you should stop apologizing for broken furniture," Moody said, "and start learning what it tells you." He stepped back to the center of the room. "Again. Left hand. Same spell. This time I want the force of it halved. Same precision, half the power." "How?" "That's the question," Moody said. "Figure it out." He spent the next 2 hours figuring it out. It was not a comfortable process. Moody had a teaching style that was entirely outcome-oriented, offering no guidance except the repeated expectation that Harry would find his own method, and intervening only to push harder when Harry was getting comfortable at whatever level he'd reached. By 7 in the morning he had managed to modulate from full output to roughly 3/4, which was not half but was directionally correct, and Moody had acknowledged this with a sound that was technically a grunt but which Harry was beginning to understand was the upper register of Moody's approval scale. Sirius came down at 7:15 with coffee. He leaned against the wall and watched the last 20 minutes, and Harry could see him recalibrating the way Moody had, encountering what Harry could do now and revising whatever he'd been carrying as a reference point, which had presumably been built from the last time he'd seen Harry in action, which had been the Shrieking Shack under rather different conditions. When Moody called a break at 7:30, Sirius handed Harry a cup of coffee and said, "Good morning." "Is it?" Harry said. He was breathing hard. "Relatively," Sirius said. He was watching Moody, who had crossed to the far end of the basement and was doing something with his staff that appeared to be calibration of some kind. "How is he?" "Intense," Harry said. Also right about most things. He's always been right about most things, Sirius said. It's what makes him difficult to argue with. Moody looked over. Black. Are you done comparing notes? We're having coffee, Sirius said. The Death Eaters won't wait for coffee. The Death Eaters can, Sirius paused. Can wait, he finished, with the tone of a man editing himself in real time. Moody made the grunt sound. Harry suspected it was the same register as before. He trained with Moody every day that week. Each session lasted 3 hours in the morning, starting at the time Moody decided to arrive, which varied and was itself, Harry suspected, a teaching mechanism. You couldn't prepare for a fixed time if the time wasn't fixed. He stopped sleeping in training clothes after the 3rd day because Moody started arriving at 7, which gave him just enough time to be up and down the stairs before the boots crossed the basement threshold. The training was not what Hogwarts' defense against the dark arts had been, even at its best. It was specific and relentless and built on itself in a way that felt architectural rather than additive. Each day assumed the previous day and pushed into territory the previous day had made accessible. Moody taught him to fight with his non-dominant hand, to cast while moving, to maintain a shield while simultaneously doing something else with his wand, to read the environmental tells that preceded magical attacks that most people never noticed because they'd never been trained to look. He also taught him things that weren't in the standard Hogwarts curriculum and weren't, strictly speaking, entirely sanctioned, not dark magic, but the kinds of practical defensive casting that existed in the gray space between what was taught and what was actually used when something was genuinely trying to kill you. Binding spells, disorientation charms, ways of using the environment as a weapon. He taught Harry a shield charm variant that deflected rather than blocked, sending the force of an incoming spell back on an angle rather than straight back, which was a useful distinction when the person throwing the spell was positioned directly behind the person you were trying to protect. On Tuesday morning, for days into the training, Moody had him face 2 simultaneous incoming spells from different directions, which Harry handled by doing something he hadn't known he could do, splitting his attention and casting 2 different spells simultaneously, one wand and one wandless, which was not a thing most people could do and which produced an expression on Moody's scarred face that Harry was now experienced enough in the Moody approval scale to identify as significant. Where did that come from? Moody asked. I don't know, Harry said honestly. There was a gap in the wand option, so the other thing filled it. That's a very advanced reflex, Moody said. The suppression being off. Partly. Partly just what you are. Moody circled him. Albus suppressed you for a reason, and the reason wasn't entirely wrong even if the method was entirely wrong. What you're carrying in terms of raw magical output is, he paused. It's significant. Alderton said something similar. Alderton was being restrained, Moody said. I am not restrained. You are arguably the most magically powerful 14-year-old I have encountered in 40 years of working with trained adults. He said it with zero ceremony, in the tone of a man reporting a fact. That is not a compliment. It's a data point. What you do with it is the variable. Harry thought about this. You're saying I could go wrong. I'm saying power isn't direction, Moody said. Direction is what we're building. The power was already there. They continued. The message arrived Thursday morning, 40 minutes into the session. Not a letter, a Patronus, silver and bright, a small bird that Harry didn't recognize arriving through the basement wall and hovering at shoulder height in front of Moody. Tonks's voice came from it, clipped and professional in the way that meant she was managing something active. Moody. Movement at little whinging. Boris responded to a magical disturbance at 4 Privet Drive 30 minutes ago, looks like a house visit but it's not anyone official. Unregistered signatures. Suggest you and Harry get, the Patronus faded. Harry was already looking at Moody. The Dursleys, he said. Possibly, Moody said. He had the staff in hand and was moving for the stairs. Or someone who knows the Dursleys or the mechanism and is using them. He stopped at the bottom of the stairs and looked at Harry with both eyes. This is not your problem to solve. This is an aura matter. They're my family, Harry said flatly. In the technical sense. The people who gave you 512 injuries. Still. He held Moody's gaze. If someone is using them to get to me, I should be there. I have more information about what's coming than the Aurors do. Moody was doing the assessment thing, both eyes working, and the assessment took about 4 seconds. Then he said, "You stay behind me and you follow direction." "Yes," Harry said. "I mean it, Potter." "I know," Harry said. "I'm not arguing. I'm agreeing. Let's go." Moody looked at him for one more second. Then he turned for the stairs. "Sirius," he called upward. Sirius appeared at the top of the basement stairs with an expression that said he'd heard the Patronus and had been waiting. "I know," he said. "I'm coming." "You're staying," Moody said. "You're not officially cleared, and if you show up at a live scene in Little Whinging it becomes a complication, and I don't need complications." Sirius's jaw set. "He'll be with me," Moody said. "That's sufficient." It clearly wasn't what Sirius wanted. Harry watched him work through it, the instinct pulling one way, the reasoning pulling another, the knowledge that Moody was right up against the knowledge that standing still was its own particular torture. "I'll be back in an hour," Harry said. "That's what people say," Sirius said. "I know," Harry said. "But it's also usually true." They disapparated from the front step of Grimmauld Place. For Privet Drive looked exactly the same as it always had. That was the disturbing thing, the precision of its ordinariness, the way it sat in its row of identical houses in its identical street and gave nothing away. Harry had lived here for 11 years and the house had never once suggested from the outside that anything inside it was other than exactly what the street required. There were 2 Aurors already on the pavement, neither Proudfoot nor Tonks, 2 he didn't know, both in plain clothes with the contained alertness of people who were managing a situation that hadn't fully resolved. There was a ministry vehicle parked at the corner, doing its enchanted best to be unremarkable, and the Dursleys themselves were visible through the front window, Vernon and Petunia sitting stiffly in the front room, Dudley nowhere obvious. And there was a figure in the back garden. Harry saw it from the pavement, or rather, he felt it first, his magic responding to whatever was in the garden the way it had been responding to things all week, with a precision that still surprised him. Something wrong about the signature back there. Something that wasn't quite right in the layered way of things that were trying to be invisible and weren't entirely succeeding. One of the Aurors approached Moody. They conferred quietly. Harry moved to the garden gate. "Potter," Moody said. "There's someone in the garden," Harry said. 2 o'clock from the back door. "They're under a disillusionment charm but it's not holding properly at the edges." The 2 Aurors looked at each other. "Confirmed," one of them said, after running a detection sweep. "How did you?" later, Moody said. He looked at Harry. "Back. I can feel them," Harry said. "I can feel what they're doing. They're not just standing there, they're trying to activate something on the house. Something keyed to the blood wards." That produced a different quality of attention from Moody. "What kind of something?" "I don't know exactly," Harry said. "But it's designed to call something. The way a flare calls ships." He looked at Moody. "If someone knows the blood ward signature, Voldemort's people, they'd know it. They've been looking for me for 3 years, a beacon," one of the Aurors said quietly. "To mark the location and confirm I'm registered here," Harry said. "So that when he comes back, he knows exactly where the primary ward anchor is," Moody said. He had already drawn his wand. He looked at the 2 Aurors. "We contain whoever that is, now, before the activation completes. Go." The Aurors moved. Moody moved with them. Harry followed, not recklessly, not charging, but steadily, because being behind Moody was still being in the action, which was where the relevant information was. The figure in the garden became visible when the first aura hit them with a revealing charm, a crack of magic that dissolved the disillusionment like smoke clearing, and what was underneath was a woman Harry didn't recognize, dark-robed, with the specific stillness of someone who had been caught and was running very fast calculations about what to do next. She made her decision in about 2 seconds. 3 spells came in quick succession at the 2 aurors, efficient, practiced, designed to disable rather than injure, which told Harry she'd been told to avoid unnecessary engagement. 1 auror went down. The other deflected and returned fire. Moody was already casting the containment web, the same type they'd used on Pettigrew, and the woman went for disapparition. Harry felt it, the gathering of magic in her that preceded sidelong, the pulling sensation, and reacted with the same reflex that had thrown up the shield against Moody on day 1, except this time it wasn't a shield. He didn't know exactly what it was until it had already happened, a binding, anchoring her to the spot, disrupting the apparition attempt by disrupting her magical focus at the precise moment it was gathered for departure. She didn't go. She stumbled, caught by the incomplete apparition attempt, and the auror still standing hit her with a stunning spell before she'd recovered her footing. She went down. Moody's containment web settled over her. The garden was very still. The auror who'd been knocked down was sitting up, shaking his head, checking himself with the quick professional inventory of someone assessing damage. "I'm fine," he said, before anyone asked. Moody walked over to the woman's unconscious form and crouched beside her, examining without touching. Then he looked up at Harry. "What did you cast?" "A binding," Harry said. "To anchor her focus." "You interfered with an active apparition attempt." "Yes. To do that precisely, to hit the focus rather than the person, that's not a first-year instinct." "No," Harry said. "I think it came from understanding what she was doing with her magic. I could feel the shape of it." Moody stood. He looked at Harry for a long moment. "Can you always feel that?" Harry thought about it honestly. "Since the suppression came off," he said. "I could feel when you were about to move in the basement, the first day. I thought it was reading body language, but it's not just that." "No," Moody said. "It's not." He didn't say anything else about it then, which Harry understood meant it was something to be examined later, in detail, in the basement, without aurors and unconscious Death Eaters as the surrounding context. He looked at the house. Through the window, he could see Vernon Dursley staring out at the garden with an expression that was multiple things at once, shock, fear, and something else that Harry recognized, after a second, as the specific look Vernon wore when encountering the wizarding world at full force in his own back garden, which was the look of a man realizing that his lifelong effort to make magic stay small and manageable had comprehensively failed. Harry walked to the back door and knocked. The door opened after a moment. Petunia was standing in it. She looked at Harry the way she always looked at him, that complicated, compressed expression that was her version of every feeling she'd decided not to have about him, including guilt, including grief, including the knowledge that she had known what her sister was and had turned her back on it. "Are you all right?" Harry said. She stared at him. "She was in your garden," he said. "Was this the first time you've seen her?" "There was a man," Petunia said, after a pause. 2 weeks ago. Came to the door asking about whether we had relatives who'd been away. I told him no." She stopped. "He didn't seem like police." "He wasn't," Harry said. She looked at him. She looked at his face in the way she rarely did, actually at it, not past it, not through it, actually at him. "Are you?" She stopped. "I'm not living here anymore," he said. "It's been resolved. Wherever you go next, whatever you decide to do, you should move. Not because of me. Because they'll be back and it won't be to ask questions." Petunia looked at him. Her jaw was doing the thing it did when she was holding too much in too small a space. "Lily," she said, and then stopped, as if the name had come out without permission. Harry waited. She didn't say anything else. Her face closed over again, that familiar compression, that lifelong habit of turning away from the door she'd never been able to decide whether to open. "Take Vernon and Dudley somewhere far," Harry said. "Muggle. Nowhere we'd know about. He paused. "And, look after yourselves." He didn't say anything else. He turned back to the garden where Moody was directing the unconscious Death Eater being transferred by the conscious Auror and the recovered one, and he walked back across the grass that he had mowed for 11 summers, across the garden he had dug and planted and hated and somehow not hated, and he didn't look back. The gate closed behind him with its usual click. The debrief at the ministry took 90 minutes. The woman, identified as a low-level Death Eater sympathizer, not inner circle, paid informant class, had been sent to confirm the blood ward location and leave a marking signature. She didn't know by whom, not directly, which told Harry the instruction chain had been kept intentionally short. Professional operational security, which suggested that whoever was directing this had genuine intelligence experience and was thinking several moves ahead. He said this to Amelia, who agreed with the assessment and added that it confirmed activity levels she'd been monitoring through other channels. "They know the case disrupted the arrangement," Harry said. "Dumbledore's management. They know I'm not at Privet Drive, which means the blood ward anchor is functionally inactive, which means their best information about my location is now 6 days old. Which means they'll be looking," Amelia said. "Which means I should be ready before the hearing," Harry said. "Not just ready in the training sense, ready in the sense that I know what I'm walking into and I have a clear picture of the threat." Amelia looked at him across her desk. "You're 14, she said, in the tone of someone stating a fact rather than an argument. "I'm aware," Harry said. "What else am I?" A pause. "Difficult to manage," she said, with something in her voice that was the closest she got to dry humor. "And apparently capable of interfering with apparition attempts, which is going to require a separate notation in the incident report because we don't have a standard form for that." "Use the chair form," Harry said. "Apparently there's precedent." She almost smiled. She didn't quite, but almost. Back at Grimmauld Place, Sirius was waiting at the kitchen table with the expression he'd been wearing for the hour and 20 minutes Harry had been gone, the expression of someone who had decided to trust the process and was finding the process took longer than their patience had been built for. Harry sat down. Moody sat down. Creature, without being asked, put 3 cups of tea on the table and retreated to the far corner and pretended not to exist. "Tell me," Sirius said. Harry told him. All of it, in order, accurately. Sirius's expression moved through several things as he listened, worry resolving into something else when Harry got to the containment, something fierce and proud when Harry described the apparition interference, something more complicated and quieter when Harry got to the Dursleys. "Petunia," Sirius said, when Harry had finished. "She tried to say something," Harry said. "About Mum. She didn't get there." Sirius was quiet for a moment. "Lily wrote to her," he said. "Every year. After they fell out. Lily kept writing even when Petunia stopped writing back. She wrote to her right up until he stopped. She kept hoping Petunia would come back around." Harry looked at the table. "Did she ever?" he said. "I don't know," Sirius said. "I don't know what was in Petunia's head. I just know Lily wrote the letters." He paused. "She had a lot of hope, your mother. Impractical amounts, sometimes. James used to say it was her best quality and her most exhausting one." Harry picked up his tea. He thought about hope as an impractical amount, about keeping a door open to someone who'd stopped reaching for it, about writing letters that didn't get answered. He thought about a lot of things in quick succession and then put most of them away for later, for the quiet hours, because right now there was other work. "For days until the hearing," he said. "For days," Moody said. He was looking into his tea with the expression of a man running through something complex. "The marking attempt today goes to Amelia's team and to the Wisengamot as additional evidence of ongoing threat. It strengthens the accountability argument. If the current situation has Death Eater assets actively targeting the boy, the management framework that put him in that situation needs to be formally reviewed. It also confirms Voldemort's people are paying attention to the case," Sirius said. "Which means this isn't just a historical accountability hearing anymore. It's current. It was always current, Harry said. They both looked at him. Voldemort doesn't care about precedent or accountability arguments, Harry said. He's not watching this because of the legal implications. He's watching because Dumbledore's management of me has been disrupted and he's trying to understand the new shape of things before he makes his next move. He looked at Moody. What he'll see is that I'm in a house with a trained Auror and my legally exonerated guardian and about to appear before the full Wisengamot. And that's a problem for him. Why? Moody said. Not challenging, genuinely asking, in the way he did when he thought Harry was thinking something worth hearing out. Because for 14 years I've been an unknown quantity in a known location with known constraints, Harry said. He could plan around the known. Now the constraints are off, the location has changed, and the quantity is still unknown but it's clearly no longer small. He paused. If I were him, I'd accelerate. Moody looked at him for a long moment. Yes, he said simply. So we accelerate too, Harry said. Sirius was looking at him with the expression that sometimes crossed his face during these conversations, that particular mix of recognition and something more complicated, the face of a man seeing a person he loved in another person and working out how to hold both things without collapsing one into the other. You sound like James, he said. When he'd worked something out and couldn't stop working it out. Is that useful? Harry said. It's accurate, Sirius said. And useful. Both. He picked up his tea. What do you need before Tuesday? 2 more days with Moody, Harry said. The casting while moving work. We haven't finished it. We'll finish it tomorrow, Moody said. I need to talk to Hermione, Harry said. There's a legal question I want to put to her that I think she'll have already researched without knowing I need it. He paused. And I want to visit someone. Who? Sirius said. Harry looked at him. Snape, he said. The kitchen was very quiet. Sirius set his cup down with a precision that suggested he was managing his response carefully. Why? Because he testified to things that put him in a difficult position, Harry said. And because I think he knows more about Voldemort's current status than anyone's formally asked him about yet. And because, he stopped. Considered. Because he did the right thing and I'd like to acknowledge that directly. Not in writing. In person. Sirius looked at him for a long time. I don't have to like it, he said finally. No, Harry said. You don't. I'm not going with you. I know. A pause. Take Tonks, Sirius said. All right. And, Sirius stopped. Something moved through his expression that was clearly a significant internal concession. Tell him, he said, very evenly, that he did a decent thing. Harry looked at him. I will. Sirius picked his tea back up. He looked at the window. When did you get this sorted? He said, not quite to anyone. What? Harry said. This. He gestured at Harry generally. This, clarity. This sense of exactly where you are and what needs to happen next. He looked at Harry directly. You're 14. I've had a lot of practice being in situations where I had to work things out quickly, Harry said. And I've had 9 days with nothing to do but think. He paused. And I had a suppression charm taken off my brain, which turns out to have been affecting more than the magic. Moody made a sound. The approval register, Harry had learned to recognize it. Sirius looked at him for one more moment, and the expression that settled on his face was something Harry was still learning the name for, something that had to do with the specific gravity of finally having someone to sit across a table with, someone who was yours, someone whose working mind you could watch and feel, uncomplicated and specifically, glad about. Right, Sirius said. Tomorrow you train. After, we go see Snape. Tuesday we go to the hearing, Harry said. Tuesday we go to the hearing, Sirius agreed. Outside the kitchen window, London was doing its evening thing, the soft grey of an August dusk, the streetlights coming on in sequence down the terrace. Kreacher was in the corner, pretending not to listen, and had been pretending so hard for the last 20 minutes that he had started to look slightly invested in the outcome of the conversation, which was its own kind of progress. Harry finished his tea. Tomorrow, training. Then Snape. Then Tuesday. He was not afraid of any of it. Chapter 8, After the Board Burns. The visit to Snape happened on Sunday. Tonks came to Grimmauld Place at 10, Hera subdued Auburn for the occasion in a way that suggested she'd made a deliberate choice about the register of the day, and Harry went with her through a series of fluke connections to a location Snape had agreed to by Return Owl, not his Hogwarts quarters, which were currently complicated by the fact that Dumbledore's hearing was in 2 days and the school's internal politics had apparently reached the texture of a very slow explosion, but a house in a Muggle town in the north that turned out to be Spinner's End, and which was everything that name implied. The house was narrow and dark and sat at the end of a terrace that looked like it had been built during the industrial era and hadn't been fully convinced by anything that happened afterward. The street was quiet in the way of places where noise had been drained out of them over a long period. Tonks waited at the end of the terrace, not because Harry had asked her to, but because she understood, without being told, that this was a conversation that didn't benefit from an audience. Snape opened the door before Harry knocked. He looked the same as he always did, black robes, black everything, the face that had been making Harry's first year specifically worse since September of 1991. He looked at Harry with the expression Harry had been cataloguing for 3 years and was only now beginning to properly read, which was the expression of a man who had organized himself, very early, against a specific kind of pain, and kept the organization running so long he'd forgotten it was structural rather than natural. "Potter," he said. "Professor," Harry said. "Thank you for agreeing to see me." Snape stepped back from the door. The inside of the house was a surprise, not warm, not comfortable in any conventional sense, but organized with the specific intensity of someone for whom their environment was an extension of their thinking. Books everywhere, sorted by a system Harry didn't immediately understand but could feel the logic of. A workbench along one wall with potion components arranged with the precision of someone who thought about sequence even in preparation. Clean, spare, entirely deliberate. They sat across from each other at a kitchen table that had seen significant use and bore the marks of it without apology. Harry said, "I wanted to come in person rather than write because writing flattens things." He looked at Snape directly. "What you did in that hearing room, I know what it cost and I know why it was hard and I'm not going to make a speech about it. I just wanted to say that I know. And that it mattered." Snape was looking at him with an expression that was doing several things and suppressing several more. "It was," he said, carefully, "the appropriate course of action." "It was brave," Harry said. "You can call it appropriate if you want. I know what it actually was." A silence. Snape looked at the table. Something shifted very slightly in his face, not much, barely perceptible, but Harry had spent the session with Moody learning to read the smallest signals and he saw it. "Your mother," Snape said, after a moment, "would have done the same thing. In that room. If she had been in the position of knowing what I knew and standing where I stood." He paused. She had no tolerance for convenient silence. Harry sat with that. "She wrote to Petunia," he said. "Every year. Even after Petunia stopped writing back." Snape looked up. "Sirius told me," Harry said. "I thought you might want to know that. That she kept trying." Something crossed Snape's face that was entirely unguarded and gone almost instantly, and Harry didn't examine it closely because some things deserved their privacy, but what he'd seen in it told him more about Snape's history and Snape's grief than 3 years of proxy hostility had communicated. "She was," Snape said, very quietly, "the most persistently hopeful person I have ever known." "I think I got some of that," Harry said. "Apparently impractical amounts." Snape looked at him for a long moment. "Yes," he said. "You did." He said it in a tone that was not the tone he used in classrooms, not performatively cold, not controlled for effect. Just a man, in his own house, telling the truth about something in the register it deserved. Harry said, "I need to ask you about Voldemort." The temperature in the room changed in the way it always changed when that name was spoken, not fear exactly, but attention, the particular quality of something being taken seriously. "You've never used his name before," Snape said. "I've been practicing," Harry said. It seemed like a useful habit. He looked at Snape. "You're in a position to know things about his current status that the DMLE doesn't have. You defected in 1980 and you've been watching since. I'd like to know what you know." "You'd like to know what I know," Snape said, in a tone that was doing a great deal of work between the words. "Yes. And if I tell you that certain information was shared with me in a context that creates complications about disclosure, then I'd say that the context those disclosures were made in has been materially altered by the last 2 weeks," Harry said. "Dumbledore's management framework has been publicly disrupted. The people who are operating within it are no longer fully bound by its structures. You already demonstrated that in the hearing room." He held Snape's gaze. "I'm not asking you to betray anything. I'm asking you to help me not be blind going forward." Snape was quiet for a long time. Then he said, "He is not yet embodied. He is present, influence, direction, capacity to act through others, but he does not have a functional form. What he has had, for the past year, is access to a vessel in the eastern part of the country and a very specific focus on the Triwizard Tournament." Harry went very still. "You know about the tournament," Harry said. "I know it is being planned," Snape said. "I know that certain interested parties have identified it as an opportunity. I know that the circumstances under which it was revived, after a century's suspension, are not as straightforward as the announcement will suggest." He paused. "I know that if a student's name were to emerge from the Goblet of Fire under irregular circumstances, the magical contract binding them would be essentially inescapable." Harry looked at him. "He's planning to use the tournament to get to me." "He is planning to use the tournament," Snape said, "to complete his return. You are the mechanism, not the target, not yet. The target is restoration. You are the required component." He paused. Dumbledore knew this. He had his own counter-strategy, which involved your participation under his guidance. Without that guidance, I need to know it's coming," Harry said. "Yes. And I need to be ready for it." "Yes." Snape looked at him steadily. "Are you?" Harry thought about 12 days of training with Moody. He thought about the basement of Grimmauld Place and cracked stone and the apparition interference at Privet Drive and the split casting on Tuesday morning and Moody's grunt of approval. He thought about the suppression coming off and his magic sitting in him like something that had always been there and had simply been allowed, at last, to be. "Getting there," he said. "Then get there faster," Snape said. "You have, by my estimate, until late spring." Harry nodded. He would tell Amelia. He would tell Moody. He would tell Sirius, who was going to have significant feelings about the specific nature of the threat and who was also, Harry was learning, someone who was at his best when he had a clear problem to throw himself at. He stood up. "Thank you," he said. "For both things, the hearing and today." Snape looked at him from the chair. "You are," he said, with the precise reluctance of a man dragged toward an accurate observation, "considerably more tolerable than your father was at this age." "High praise," Harry said. "Don't push it," Snape said. He told Amelia about the tournament on Sunday evening, in the flat clear way of someone reporting intelligence rather than making accusations. She listened without interrupting, made 7 notations, and said she would be pursuing the information through official channels in parallel with the hearing, which was the appropriate response. He told Moody on Monday morning, in the basement. Moody's response was to push the morning session 45 minutes longer than usual, which was its own kind of reply. He told Sirius Monday evening, sitting in the kitchen at Grimmauld Place with Creature making tea in the corner and pretending not to listen while clearly doing the opposite. Sirius sat with it, visibly working through a sequence of responses, and settled on the one that was most useful. Then Tuesday matters twice, he said. The hearing establishes accountability for the past. But it also establishes you as someone the system is responsible for going forward. That changes what the ministry owes you in terms of information and protection. Castellan said something similar, Harry said. Good, Sirius said. She's earning her fee. Harry looked at him. You're all right. I'm terrified, Sirius said, with the specific honesty Harry had come to expect from him. I'm terrified about Tuesday and about what Snape told you and about everything that's coming that we can see and everything that's coming that we can't. He paused. I'm also the best I've been in 13 years, which is an extremely strange combination. He looked at Harry across the table. You. Same, Harry said. More or less the same. Creature put 2 cups of tea on the table without being asked, which was approximately the 17th time he'd done this in 10 days and which was, Harry thought, Creature's version of joining a side. Tuesday arrived in the way that important days always arrived, looking exactly like the day before it from the outside, the same pale August morning light, the same London sounds through the slightly open window, and yet carrying a specific quality of weight that made the air feel different when you breathed it. Harry was up at 6. He ate breakfast. He put on the formal robes, dark blue, Castellan's recommendation, professional without being performative. He looked at himself in the mirror in the hallway, the one that was cracked at the bottom corner in a way that had been cracked for 30 years, and the reflection looked back at him, a thin boy with a scar and his mother's eyes and his father's hair and something in his expression that was not entirely reducible to either of them. Sirius came downstairs in his own formal robes, the first good set he'd had since his exoneration papers had come through on Friday, and they fitted him properly because Tonks had found a very good tailor with ministry connections and had arranged for someone to come to Grimmauld Place on Saturday, which Sirius had allowed with the specific combination of gratitude and discomfort of someone not yet entirely used to being taken care of. He stood next to Harry in front of the cracked mirror and they both looked at their reflections for a moment. Ready? Sirius said. Yes, Harry said. Sirius put a hand briefly on Harry's shoulder, not a squeeze, not prolonged, just contact, just here, and then they went to find Tonks. The Wisingamoth's main chamber was everything the preliminary hearing room was not. It was built into the deep foundations of the ministry, circular, with tiered seating that rose in semicircles above the floor level and which was currently full, every seat occupied, the gallery above packed with observers, the press section at the far right dense with reporters and the scratch of quick quotes quills and the occasional burst of light from a photographer's charm. The air had the quality of enclosed spaces where large things had happened before, heavy, charged, retaining some echo of every significant decision that had been made in it. Harry came in with Castellan and sat at the complainants' table. Sirius sat directly behind him in the first observer row, which was as close as he was permitted to be. Dumbledore was already seated at the respondents' table with Alcott. He looked, Harry thought, the same as he always did, formal and composed and entirely upright, the deep plum of his robes a deliberate choice that was neither defensive nor aggressive, simply present. He looked across the chamber when Harry sat down and Harry met his eyes across the width of the floor. Neither of them looked away. Neither of them performed anything at each other. Harry turned to face the bench. Amelia opened proceedings at 9 sharp. She read the formal charges, 5 of them, and Harry noticed that Alcott had negotiated the language on 3 of them to something less absolute than the original complaint, which was how legal processes worked, and which Castellan had briefed him on in advance so that the modification didn't feel like a retreat. The charges that remained were the ones that mattered most: willful negligence in the placement and oversight of a minor child, unauthorized magical interference with a minor's natural development, and conduct incompatible with the fiduciary responsibilities of a designated magical guardian. The evidence portion took the full morning. Alderton testified again, this time with the full diagnostic data and the clean readings from after the suppression removal, which produced an audible response from the gallery when she described the differential, the gap between what Harry's magic had been allowed to be and what it actually was. She was precise and clinical and unsparing, which was the most effective thing she could have been. Proudfoot testified to the 1985 report and its non-follow-up. Pomfrey testified again, shorter this time. She had already said the essential things in the preliminary hearing and she said them again here with the same unflinching accuracy, and Harry watched the gallery receive it and saw the same thing he'd seen in the atrium the week before, the thirds dividing, the middle shifting, people working out where they were going to land. Then Castellan called him. He walked to the witness stand and sat in the chair, not the chair with chains, which was for criminal defendants and which hadn't been used for him in any of this, because he was a witness, not a defendant, which was itself a structural point the chamber made visually every time he crossed to his seat, and he looked at the Wisengamot bench and then at the gallery and then at Dumbledore. He gave the same testimony he'd given in the preliminary hearing, in the same clean direct way, and it landed differently in this chamber, bigger, more present, with the gallery breathing around it. He said what he'd said before and he said it without decoration and without bitterness, which was harder than decoration would have been and more effective than bitterness. When Castellan finished her questions, Alcott stood for cross. Alcott was, as Harry had already established, good at his job. He had spent the week recalibrating his approach based on the preliminary hearing, and the version of cross-examination he now attempted was more sophisticated than a direct challenge. He wasn't trying to undermine Harry's account, which was documented and confirmed and impossible to credibly attack. He was trying to introduce complexity. To establish that the situation was genuinely difficult, that choices had been genuinely constrained, that the relationship between Harry and Dumbledore was not a simple victim-perpetrator narrative but something more layered. He asked Harry whether Dumbledore had also protected him. Yes, Harry said. Whether Dumbledore's guidance had contributed to his survival. Also yes, Harry said. And do you believe, Alcott said, in the careful tone of a man threading a needle, that Albus Dumbledore's actions, taken in totality, were motivated by genuine care for your well-being? Harry thought about this. He took the time to actually think about it, which the chamber allowed and which Castellan had told him to do. Take the time, don't rush an honest answer. I believe he cared about me, Harry said. I also believe that caring about someone and managing them without their knowledge or consent are not mutually exclusive. You can do both simultaneously. The caring doesn't cancel the harm. He paused. If anything, it makes the harm more complicated. Because it means the person doing it isn't a villain you can just identify and walk away from. It means the harm came from something that looked like love, which is its own kind of damage. The chamber was very quiet. Alcott sat down. Ogden said, "Thank you, Mr. Potter. You may return to your seat." He walked back across the floor. He sat down. Behind him, he heard Sirius let out a breath. Dumbledore's testimony took the afternoon. He spoke for 2 hours. Harry listened to every word with the attention Moody had been training in him, not just surface content but structure, the architecture of the argument, what it was trying to build and where the load-bearing parts were. And he acknowledged, privately and without announcement, that it was a remarkable piece of testimony. Dumbledore spoke about the war and the prophecy and the impossible geometry of fighting a force that had no regard for individual life by trying to protect every individual life simultaneously. He spoke about choices made in conditions of genuine terror and genuine uncertainty. He spoke about loving Harry and being unable to show it in any way that didn't compromise the strategic necessity of what Harry needed to become. And then he stopped. He stopped the strategic argument mid-thread and said, simply, without preparation, I have spent 2 hours explaining why I did what I did. The panel has been patient and thorough and I am grateful for both. But I want to say, before they deliberate, one thing that has nothing to do with strategy or necessity or the calculus of the war. He looked at Harry across the chamber floor. I was wrong. Not in the way that a general is wrong when a battle goes badly, wrong in the way that a person is wrong when they treat another person as less than a person. I did that. I knew I was doing it and I justified it to myself and I was wrong. He turned back to the bench. Whatever the Wisengamot decides today, that is the truth of it. The chamber held the silence for a long moment. Ogden said, very quietly, "Thank you, Professor Dumbledore." The deliberations took 3 hours. Harry sat in the corridor outside with Sirius on one side and Castellan on the other and Tonks leaning against the wall opposite, and they talked about things that weren't the hearing. Sirius told the Marauder's story about the time they'd accidentally transfigured the entire Gryffindor common room furniture into versions of themselves, which had led to several very confused first-years attempting to sit on a four-legged version of Sirius Black and a 20-minute standoff with a McGonagall armchair that had been significantly more intimidating than the original. Tonks contributed a story about her Auror training in which she had accidentally metamorphosed into a copy of her examiner mid-assessment and had passed anyway because the examiner had found it technically impressive. Harry listened and ate the sandwiches that appeared from somewhere and felt, underneath the mundane surface of corridor conversation, the specific quality of things having been said. Of the account having been given and received. Of 512 injuries having been put into a room large enough to hold them and acknowledged by the people with the power and the obligation to acknowledge them. Whatever the ruling was, that part was done. At 4:15, the door to the chamber opened and they were called back in. The Wizengamot bench was fully seated. The gallery was still packed, the air heavy and still. Harry sat at the complainant's table and Castellan sat beside him and Sirius sat behind him, and none of them moved. Ogden stood. On the first charge, he said, willful negligence in the placement and oversight of a minor child, the panel finds, by 14 votes to 2, in favor of the complainant. Harry heard the gallery behind him register this. On the second charge, unauthorized magical interference with a minor's natural magical development, the panel finds, by 12 votes to 4, in favor of the complainant. Castellan's quill moved. She didn't say anything. On the third charge, conduct incompatible with the fiduciary responsibilities of a designated magical guardian, the panel finds, by 13 votes to 3, in favor of the complainant. 14, 12, 13. Not unanimous. Not the whole thing. But enough. Ogden looked at the bench, then at the room. The panel moves to sentencing recommendations. Given Professor Dumbledore's cooperation with proceedings, his voluntary testimony, and his expressed acknowledgement of wrongdoing, the panel does not recommend custodial sentence. He paused. The panel recommends the following: formal censure from the Wizengamot, entered into the permanent record. Removal from the position of Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards, pending an independent review of all decisions made in that capacity that may be subject to similar accountability concerns. A mandatory oversight framework for any future decisions made in a guardianship or custodial capacity regarding a minor child. And a reparative order to be determined by the DMLE and the complainant's legal representative regarding appropriate acknowledgement of the harm caused. He looked at Harry. Mr. Potter. The Wizengamot wishes to state, for the permanent record, that the harm done to you was real. That it was preventable. That the failure to prevent it was a failure of the people and systems that should have protected you, and that this institution accepts a share of that accountability. We did not look when we should have looked. He paused. We are looking now. The gallery was silent. Harry looked at the bench. He looked at Ogden, who met his gaze with the steady quality of a man who understood that the words he just said were insufficient and was saying them anyway because insufficient was not the same as worthless. He looked along the row of panel faces, various ages, various expressions, various degrees of conflict and resolution visible in the way people looked when they had just done something difficult and weren't sure whether they'd done it well enough. He looked at Dumbledore, who was sitting very straight at the respondent's table with his hands folded and his eyes on the bench, not on Harry. Then he looked at the ceiling for a moment, the high stone ceiling of the deepest room in the ministry, the oldest part of the building, layers and layers of history above it and through it and pressing down from every direction. He breathed. Thank you, he said. Not to Ogden specifically. To the room. The corridor outside was full of people and noise and the specific quality of a consequential event having concluded and everyone needing to be somewhere to discuss it. Reporters, ministry officials, Wizengamot members moving in clusters of opinion. Tonks had positioned herself between Harry and the main press cluster with the instinct of a practiced bodyguard, which she was, among other things. Sirius put a hand on Harry's shoulder. Harry turned. Sirius looked at him for a long moment. His grey eyes were clear and present and doing the thing Harry was still learning the name for, the specific gravity of a person who had chosen to be entirely in a moment rather than managing it from a distance. "How do you feel?" he said. Harry thought about it. "Like something finished," he said. "And something else started." Sirius nodded slowly. "Yeah," he said. "That's about right." Hermione was pushing through the crowd toward them. She'd been in the gallery, she and Ron both, and she arrived with her eyes bright and her jaw set and a look on her face that was multiple things simultaneously and was very particularly her. She hugged Harry first, which he returned, and then stepped back and said, with great precision, the reparative order. Castellan needs to push for a formal restructuring of child welfare oversight in the context of magical guardian bypass decisions. The precedent this sets is significant if it's properly codified, and I've been writing a draft framework since last week. Of course you have, Ron said, arriving behind her and gently moving her sideways to hug Harry himself. "Hi, mate." "Hi," Harry said. "Good day," Ron said. "That was a good day." "Yeah," Harry said. "It was." Ron glanced across the corridor where Dumbledore had emerged and was being approached by Alcott and several people who appeared to be supporters of the specific worried variety. "What happens to him now?" Harry looked across. Dumbledore was listening to whoever was speaking to him with the composure he always had, but something had shifted in the architecture of him, not broken, not diminished, but different. Reconfigured. The posture of a man who had been one thing for a very long time and was working out, in real time, what he was now. "He goes forward," Harry said. "Like everyone else." He paused. "He's still one of the most powerful wizards alive and he understands things about Voldemort that we need. That doesn't change because of today." "You're going to work with him," Hermione said. "Not surprised, just confirming." "Eventually," Harry said. "On different terms." "When?" Ron said. "When I've decided what the terms are," Harry said. "And told him what they are." "And when he's agreed to them." He paused. "In that order?" Ron nodded, with the expression of someone finding this reasonable and slightly alarming in equal measure. "Right," he said. "That's a bit different from how it usually goes." "Yes," Harry said. "It is." They went to the burrow that evening. Molly Weasley opened the door before they'd reached it. She must have been watching from the window, and the look on her face when she saw Harry was something he was going to carry for a very long time, something that was grief and relief and love and anger and all of it at once, the face of a woman who had written 8 letters and was now standing in a doorway looking at the person those letters had been for. She pulled him into a hug that was significantly more physical than most interactions Harry had experienced in his life, and he let it happen, because the warmth of it was specific and real and the Weasley household had always been this, loud and full and overfull and entirely undeniable. "Right," she said, stepping back and looking at him with her hands on his shoulders with the specific intensity of someone taking inventory. "You're thin. We'll fix that." "Hello, Molly," Sirius said, from behind Harry, with the tone of someone who had been waiting for this moment and was finding it precisely as he'd expected. Molly looked at Sirius. "Sirius Black," she said, in the tone she reserved for people who required a specific kind of managing. "Come inside. Both of you. Supper's in 20 minutes and I'm not having the most important day in recent ministry history conducted on a doorstep." They came inside. The burrow was everything Grimmauld Place was not, warm and chaotic and full of the evidence of a large family's ongoing life, things stacked on other things, the clock with all its hands pointing to various states, the smell of something good from the kitchen. Fred and George were in the sitting room and produced an elaborate and slightly mocking standing ovation when Harry walked in, which he returned with a bow that surprised them enough that they fell over each other. Arthur was in his chair and stood when Harry came in and shook his hand with both of his own and didn't say much, but what he said was enough. Ginny was on the stairs and looked at Harry with the directness she always had and said, "You were brilliant today." Rita Skeeter's coverage was actually decent for once, and then went back upstairs, which was both typically Ginny and oddly exactly right. Ron pulled Harry up to his room to show him something or other about the Chudley Cannon's new roster, and they ended up sitting on the floor talking about nothing in particular for 40 minutes, which was the best 40 minutes Harry had had in recent memory. Hermione was downstairs talking Wisengamot procedure with Arthur, who was clearly delighted, and Sirius was in the kitchen with Molly in a conversation that Harry could hear the edges of through the floor and which appeared to involve Sirius eating 2 helpings of something before supper and Molly pretending not to notice while clearly noticing very much. When supper was called they all came down and the table was impossibly full and loud and there were 4 conversations happening simultaneously and someone knocked over a glass of pumpkin juice and Fred hexed the cleaning cloth to do it faster and Molly reversed the hex and told Fred she'd seen better magic from a 3rd year, and Ron ate his weight in something and Hermione annotated her notes even at the table, and Sirius sat at the end of the table and laughed at something Arthur said with a laugh that was completely unguarded and real. Harry sat in the middle of it and thought about a list he'd written by Wandlight in a ministry room at 1 in the morning. The list had been about what he needed: training, information, position, freedom, Sirius, a house to rebuild, a problem to actually solve. He was looking at everything on it, present and in motion, from a seat at a table full of people who weren't managing him toward any particular outcome but simply wanted him there. After supper, in the garden, with the August dark coming in soft and the light from the burrow's windows warm behind him, Harry sat on the fence at the garden's edge and looked at the stars and thought, new. Just that. New. Everything from here was new. The Triwizard Tournament would come. Voldemort would come. There were things still in motion, still building, still gathering shape in the dark, and he knew it and he was going to be ready in ways he hadn't been before because the suppression was gone and the management was gone and he knew what was coming and he had people who would tell him what they knew and ask him what he thought. He was 14 and he had 512 reasons to be a different person than he'd chosen to be, and he had chosen anyway. Sirius came out of the back door with 2 cups of tea and sat on the fence beside him and handed one over without comment, and they sat together in the dark looking at the stars and not needing anything from each other except exactly this, exactly here, which turned out to be enough. After a while Sirius said, "Moody wants to move training to 5 days a week." "I know," Harry said. "I wrote back and said yes." Sirius looked at him. "When?" "This afternoon. Before supper." "You found time to write to Moody between the Wisengamot ruling and Molly's kitchen." "I had the letter drafted before the ruling," Harry said. "I knew I was going to say yes regardless." He sipped the tea. 5 days a week until school starts. Then weekends. He said he'd come to Hogwarts. McGonagall will have opinions. McGonagall will be fine, Harry said. She sent me a letter about my broom. Sirius laughed, the unguarded one again, the real one that had taken the first few days to emerge and now came with increasing frequency, like something being slowly warmed back into life. "She did that for your father too," he said. "Every summer. There was always a letter about his broom." "Good habit," Harry said. They sat for another while. "I need to tell you something," Harry said. "Tell me," Sirius said. "I think this year is going to be genuinely dangerous," Harry said. "Not in the theoretical, always a risk way. Actually, specifically, with a clear mechanism and a timeline. I think Voldemort has a plan and the plan is moving and by spring it'll be in its final phase." He looked at Sirius. "I want you to know that I know that. And I want you to know that I'm not afraid of it and I'm not pretending I'm not afraid of it, those are different things." He paused. "I'm ready for it. Or I'm going to be." Sirius was very still beside him. "I know," Sirius said. "You're not going to tell me it's going to be fine." "No," Sirius said. "It might not be fine. It's going to be difficult and dangerous and I am going to be absolutely terrified for the entire duration." He paused. "I'm also going to be there. For all of it. Every part of it. Not managing it from a distance and not making decisions on your behalf and not deciding what you can handle. He looked at Harry directly. You tell me everything. I tell you everything. We go forward together. Together, Harry said. Together, Sirius confirmed. Behind them the burrow was warm and loud and full of the Weasleys doing what the Weasleys did, and the stars were doing what they'd always done, indifferent and ancient and entirely beautiful. And in 2 weeks Harry Potter would go back to Hogwarts on a train with his best friends and walk through a castle that was the first place he'd ever belonged and sit in a defense against the dark arts class taught by someone who would turn out to be something other than what they appeared, and all of. It was coming, all of the difficulty and the danger and the beauty and the cost. But not tonight. Tonight the tea was warm and the stars were out and Sirius was beside him and the board had burned and whatever came next was being played by different rules, by the person whose game it actually was. Harry Potter, 14, exited the story someone else had written for him. He had not been afraid. He had been exactly what he was. That turned out to be more than enough.